And we are going live. Our first candidate is Miss Dior Brown, and I will be letting her into the room. Good evening, Ms. Brown. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Dr. Charlotte Wood. I'm the chair of the Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. I'd like to welcome you to this process for the interviewing of a candidate for the vacancy for Legislative District 8. You will be interviewed by members of Legislative District 8. And as you move forward, you will be receiving instructions from the lead panelist. And in addition to that, you will have a specified time frame to respond to each question. And we're going to try and stay on task as we have 6 candidates that have applied for this position. So I wish you good luck. We are going to ask you to return at a later point in time. So with that being said, I'm going to turn over this process to Mr. Shannon Sheets.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for joining us and thank you for applying, Ms. Brown. Again, my name is Shannon Sheets. I'm one of the elected D8 members, or 8th District members for the Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. And let's just take a second, have everyone introduce themselves. So if we could start, Margaret.
Hi, Margaret Forte. Thank you for applying.
Brad.
Brad Croner, good to see you tonight.
Deli.
Hello, good to see you.
And Chuck.
Good evening, Chuck Cropfelder, elected member D8.
So again, thank you very much for applying. We really look forward to the interview. There will first be opening remarks. We'll give you 2 minutes for your opening remarks. Then we'll have 12 questions asked in sequence by each of us on the panel. And we ask you to keep your response to each question also to roughly 2 minutes, followed by a 2-minute closing statement at the end as well. For any of these individual periods, what I'm going to try to do to keep us all on task is at about 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'm just going to put a hand up like this. And then at the end of the 2 minutes, I'm going to put my hand down just to give you an idea of when your time is coming to an end. And we do ask that you try to limit your responses to 2 minutes just to keep us going throughout our evening. So with that said, I'd like to turn the mic over to you to introduce yourself and give us your 2-minute opening statement.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Dior Brown. I am a special educator with Baltimore City Public Schools. Today was the last day of school, thank God. I am very excited to interview with you all today. I thank you for taking your time. Although I worked in Baltimore City, I live in Baltimore County. I'm in the Middle River area. I have been for over 10 years now. And I'm very, very excited to be a part of this process and just to learn some of the inner workings of your committee.
Thank you. And then we will begin with the questions. I think Deli has the first one.
Thank you for that opener. So the first question of the night is, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
Thank you for that question. This past election has really been eye-opening, I think, for a lot of people, myself included. We've been in a situation where democracy has really been on the line and is kind of, still in the process of being on the line. And so it's really my hope to join the Democratic Central Committee in order to be able to help facilitate issues that involve voters, like voter engagement, to help individuals learn about civics, because I'm finding that a lot of people in our community are not as educated about civics as they may think that they are. And so I really thought it necessary to be a part of the change and a part of positive change and doing the work to get people out there voting, and hopefully voting with good intention.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My question to you is, what political activities, excuse me, have you participated in as a volunteer or candidate? And are you currently a member of a political club? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following? Where and when did you do door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, voter registration, get out the vote activities, and helping voters get to the polls, or electioneering? I know that was a mouthful.
It was. Thank you.
Uh,
Most recently, I volunteered with Senator Alsobrooks's campaign, doing phone banking, doing canvassing. Um, it's my intention to volunteer with Sarah David's campaign. I was fortunate enough to meet her recently, and I really want to get involved in her campaign. I also participated in a training which allowed me to complete and conduct voter registration. So at my school's back to school night and at other events that we've held, I've facilitated a table where we register voters, and just give more information about civic education. Because again, I'm finding that a lot of people don't necessarily understand don't have a clear understanding of civics in general. A lot of people I've come in contact with have said that their voice doesn't matter. Why should I vote? And so I've been kind of an advocate for getting people out to vote and understanding the importance of voting. I'm also a part of several organizations, the National Council of Negro Women, the Baltimore County chapter of the NAACP. And so we do a lot of voter initiatives and voter engagement initiatives with those organizations as well.
What skills, experience, or background do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party that you think we may lack?
I'm not quite sure about necessarily the lack of the skills, but one of my great strengths is galvanizing and bringing folks together, and then also being a special educator. I am really big on education. I'm really big on civic education, and so I think just bringing that grassroots community organizing to the table, and also bringing the education and the knowledge to the table. And helping to build a sense of community. I think, especially in this political climate, community is really big and it's really necessary, and a lot of people are searching for it. So I think those are some of the strengths that I would bring to the party.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. As District 8 works as a team, what are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election for the Democratic State Central Committee? And do you plan to run with us as a slate?
Absolutely. If selected, I would definitely love to run as a slate with you all. My plans, if not selected for this committee, are just to continue doing the work on the ground, to help push the party forward and to help get voters educated into the polls.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend 2 statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June and December in various parts of the state. As a matter of fact, we actually have one coming up this Saturday down in Prince George's County, Saturday morning. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
So no, there are no standing time commitments that I have. Summers are definitely a challenge being a teacher because I do most of my traveling during the summer. I'm actually traveling tomorrow. So other than that, no, there would be no issues with participation.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the past decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you
Yeah,
willing to set up, staff, or break down these kinds of community events?
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. It's a rather long question. Yes, I have participated in several parades. I did some of the parades with Angela Also Brooks's campaign. Um, I am also a part of the National Council of Negro Women, and so they do a lot of booths at fairs, most recently Artscape. I would be doing AFRAM with them, but I will be traveling. But yes, and so typically, especially with National Council of Negro Women, I am on the setup and breakdown committee. I have no problem doing that whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party? And do you believe there's room for equivocation from those principles?
I think some of the primary principles, especially right now with our political climate, are equity. Um, I think access to quality education and healthcare are a primary focus. And I think just human rights in general, unfortunately, have become a primary right within the Democratic Party. Um, and amongst policymakers, it's unfortunate that we are in that state right now, but I think that's kind of where we are.
Thank you.
Right. As we move into a gubernatorial election year, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or in Baltimore County? And how would you address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
I think, again, voter engagement as well as civic education are the two largest gaps with any election. I think, again, it was surprising to me, especially with this past election with Senator Also Brooks, how many people felt like their vote doesn't matter. So why should I vote because my one little vote doesn't count? And in reviewing the data from this past presidential election, I've been using that as a talking point to say, hey, like if only a fraction of people who didn't think that their vote counted showed up to vote, there could have been a major difference made within that campaign. So I think just some strategies. One, continuing to build community. I think it's really important when it comes to voter engagement, as well as civic education. People listen to people that they trust. And once you build community and rapport with folks, once folks see you doing the work on the ground, I think that helps to create that sense of community where you're able to be influential in their ability to engage and to be educated.
Thank you.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important and increasing in our district and county. Describe specific activities you participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside of the ethnic group or racial group which you identify.
Absolutely. I participate in quite a few organizations that deal with ethnic and racial issues, not just for African Americans, but for various underserved populations. And so we participate in a lot of events such as workshops, such as discussion panels, such as community service within those organizations. We do a lot of partnerships with folks in other communities, other marginalized communities, to get their voices out there, to have their voices heard, and to just really be partners and allies in, again, the community, so that everyone is at least working toward being educated about other communities.
Thank you.
Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones? And were you an officer? If so, what, if any, kinds of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for a nonprofit, and what was your role?
Again, I'm a part of the National Council of Negro Women. I serve as the Assistant Recording Secretary for the Maryland State Coalition of that organization. I'm also a part of the Baltimore County chapter of the NAACP. I've been a member of the North Baltimore County Democrats, as well as the Baltimore County Dems. In terms of fundraising, we've done several fundraisers with NCNW. We currently have a crab raffle going on now. And so I typically am instrumental in just helping out however I can, volunteering, whether it's selling with raffle tickets or whether it's being on the committee, the organizing committee. Just wherever I'm needed, that's typically where I am.
Thank you.
Great. So next we're gonna move on to a sample scenario questions. So the first one is, are you a person who handles hostility well? For example, you are engaging the public while working at the party booth at a fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave and, through his actions and tone, begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
I am a person that typically deals with hostility very well. Prior to becoming an educator, I was in the customer service industry. So I've brought a lot of that customer service work into the education field with me. And it's not uncommon working in Baltimore City to deal with angry parents on a regular basis. Unfortunately, I have kind of almost perfected what I call the lead away. And so I typically will engage the person in a very calm demeanor, which most of the time can be a benefit. Sometimes it can agitate the person even more because I'm not, you know, on their level of frustration. But for the most part, just operating in a very calm tone, engaging the person in conversation, and then slowly leading them away from the area to another area where there may be less people. A lot of times, eliminating the audience will really help to de-escalate situations. And so that's what I've kind of perfected and been successful in doing.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the second scenario. How important is character to you? If you discover that an elected official or someone seeking elected office with whom you are closely acquainted with about to violate the law through their actions or had already violated an election or other laws, what, if any, steps would you take to address this matter?
For me, character is fundamental, especially when you're dealing with individuals who are in public service, and elected officials. I feel like you have to have some level of trust in your elected officials. Um, and so if it were someone that I was coming into contact with, I would definitely approach the situation head on. I would definitely have a conversation with that person and explain to them or outline to them the severity of their behavior and their violation and how their character could be called into question and in jeopardy in making the decision to violate the law. And if need be, I would definitely take it a bit further if there was a violation of the law, and definitely alert the proper authorities.
All right, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for answering all of the questions for us. And now we're going to go to your closing statement. So we'll give you 2 minutes to wrap up anything else you'd like to tell us prior to the end of the interview.
Thank you all so much for taking your time once again. I thoroughly enjoyed this process. I enjoyed meeting you all and interacting with you all. And I hope to see you all and work closely with you all soon.
Short and
Thank
sweet.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to let you know that because of the number of candidates we have, the group will be sequestered at the end of the conclusion of all candidates, and they'll go and make a decision and bring forth that recommendation about who they are recommending. At that point, we would ask all of our candidates to then return and please hear what the outcome is going to be. And then we'll hopefully have the opportunity to inform everyone. They will have a public vote, so you all will hear them vote. And after that is done, their recommendation will come forward, and then whoever is chosen will be affirmed and sworn in tomorrow in our general meeting in Towson. So, with that being said, we thank you so much for your participation and good luck. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
I think we'll be ending right around 9:30. So if you want to return around that time, that would probably be a good time.
Absolutely. Thank you. You all
You're
have
welcome.
So I know we're a little ahead of schedule. I'm guessing Eileen is not yet in the waiting room.
Not as yet. Which will give you all a few moments.
Where you live right now? No.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest is on. We can go ahead and get started if you all are ready.
I'm ready.
Good evening, Miss Finn. How are you?
I am well. How are you, Dr. Wood?
I'm great. Welcome to our interview process for our vacancy for Legislative District 8. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you to this activity. Just wanted to let you know that we're going to try and stick pretty close to our timeframes that are indicated, and that as we conclude this component of our presentation, you may be able to leave, but we are going to ask that each candidate return near the end so they can hear after the deliberations of the panel what the proposal is to the committee. So with that being said, I wish you the best. Good luck on your interview. And I'm going to turn this over to Shannon Sheets.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Eileen. Thank you so much for applying. We're looking forward to the interview tonight. I'm Shannon, as you well know. I know you're pretty familiar with all of us, having been an associate member. Well, if anybody would like to introduce themselves, you're more than welcome to. But I know Eileen is a familiar face for all of us. But tonight, for the structure of this interview, will be a 2-minute opening statement. There will be 12 2-minute questions asked by the panel in rotation, and then you'll have time for a 2-minute closing statement as well. In the essence of keeping with our time limits, what I will do is have a timer running, and at about 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'll put my hand up like this. And then at 2 minutes, I'll put my hand down just to give you the reminder that it's time to wrap up so that we can move on. And again, thank you for applying. And with that, I'll let you go, and you have your 2 minutes to provide your opening statement.
Great. Thank you, Shannon. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to apply for this, the District 8 seat on Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. As an associate member for the past 2 years, I've been honored to serve alongside dedicated individuals like yourselves, who share a common commitment to strengthening our party and uplifting our communities. During this time, I've taken an active role in the party building committee, leading our letter writing and postcard outreach initiatives, a work that I believe is essential for mobilizing voters and expanding our democratic reach. In addition to these contributions, I bring an extensive experience in grassroots organizing, including strategic planning, phone banking, canvassing, volunteer coordination. I've supported and worked on several local and national campaigns, always with a focus of building inclusive and sustainable political engagement. Moreover, I bring a lifelong dedication to advocacy and accessibility with over 35 years of experience as an interpreter and advocate for the deaf community. I'm fluent in American Sign Language, and I'm committed to ensuring that our political process is accessible and equitable for all constituents, especially those who are historically underserved. That's a really huge piece of who I am and what I've basically devoted my life to up to this point. I believe that my experience, skills, and deep commitment to democratic values make me a strong candidate for this position, and I would be honored to continue serving our community in this expanded role and contribute to the continued growth and success of the Democratic Party in Baltimore County and across the nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the first question of the night is, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
Thank you. So, as we all know, we are living in unprecedented times for our country, and the president is filling his pockets while people are losing their rights, their freedoms, their jobs, their homes, health insurance, and their lives. He has stopped funding crucial research, fired a significant part of the federal workforce, and has put our country at significant risk. I would like to be part of the solution to these problems. I believe I have a lot to offer the Central Committee with the skills I mentioned in my opening statement, as well as the fact that I have a willingness to do whatever it takes to get the job done, to elect qualified and progressive candidates to serve our community here in Baltimore County, but also beyond for our state and for our country. And I'm a team player. Every committee or even in my job, everywhere I've ever been, I'm really just want to be part of the team, get in there, roll up my sleeves, get the job done. And to make sure that our country and our community is a better place to live. I think I have shown that I am committed to volunteering for anything that needs to be done. I have volunteered for fairs and festivals, other campaigning events, as well as the Unity Dinner last year. They asked me to help with registration. I just jumped right in. So I think that I've proven that will do anything to help out. And if I don't know how to do it, I will definitely learn how to do it and get this country back to being the great place that it has been and can be. Thanks.
Well, my question sounds like you've already answered quite a bit of it. What political activities have you participated in as a volunteer or candidate, or are you currently a member of a political party? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following? Where and when did you do door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, voters registration, get out the vote activities, and help voters get to the polls or electioneering?
Okay, yeah, I did answer some of that, but I can be a little more specific.
Thank
I have volunteered with groups such as Move On and Vote Forward. I am a member of the Baltimore County Democratic Women's Group. I was a member for several years of Progressive Maryland and the Legal Justice Alliance of Baltimore County. With Progressive Maryland, that's where I started, and that's where I learned how to phone bank and do text banking. I knew nothing when I joined them in 2020. And they taught me a lot, and that's where I learned how to canvas. And they had me leading phone banking initiatives and also texting canvases. So I worked with InVan and actually led the groups doing that. I have done a lot of door knocking. I can't be specific. I did a lot for the Angela Elsa Brooks campaign, for Robbie Leonard's campaign, for the Biden 2020, Kamala Harris's campaign in 2024. I think that might be it. For phone banking, and that phone banking and door knocking. I prefer to do door knocking. I like to talk to people. And I love talking to people I don't know about things that I'm passionate about. So I really shine there. I like that better than phone banking. I've done postcard writing events. I opened my house last year for a letter writing group. So I led that. I personally wrote over 700 letters for the Harris campaign last year, paid for the postage myself, and made sure those all got mailed. And what else? And I've done electioneering. So I worked early voting in 2022 for the Robbie Leonard campaign in Reisterstown, that area of the county. I've done electioneering here closer. I live in Loch Raven Village, so closer to my voting precinct and somewhere I forget where off of I forget where the other place was. And then last year I also did voter protection during I think it was on general election day in November. And then I've also done get out the vote activities and helped out at Overley High School with Kim doing voter registration.
All right, thank you very much, Eileen.
You're welcome.
What skills, experience, or backgrounds do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party that you think we may lack?
So I have I'm not sure that we lack this necessarily, but I have years of experience in strategic planning and management that I could really bring to the Central Committee and to the Democratic Party. My day job, we work with nonprofits and government agencies in strategic management and planning, and um, I coach people through our framework that we use, and it's very effective. So I think I could bring that. But also the fact that I'm fluent in American Sign Language. I've worked with the deaf community, like I said, for over 35 years, and I have a lot of connections in that community, and I really feel that and I think the Democratic Party has done an excellent job of making things accessible for the deaf. I was really excited on Saturday at the No Kings rally to see interpreters, sign language interpreters there. In fact, I was watching them when at one point we couldn't hear what was going on, so I benefited because I could watch them and I understood what everybody was saying on stage when other people couldn't. I feel very strongly to make sure that everything is accessible, captioned videos. It's a great way it is the way to tell the deaf community they are welcome when you make things accessible for them. So I'm really passionate about that, and I would like to offer that service to not necessarily interpreting. I retired from that a couple of years ago, but I do have contacts and can make sure that things are accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you. You kind of touched on this question at the beginning when you were talking about team player. What are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election for the Democratic State Central Committee, and do you plan to run with us as a slate?
Yeah, I would run for re-election in 2026, and I would definitely run with all of you on the slate. Yeah, I am a team player, always have been, always will be. So I would love to run with all you guys. I'd be honored.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend two statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June, like on this Saturday, perhaps, and in December at various parts of the state. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
Yeah, there's a meeting this Saturday. No, I don't have any conflicts on the third Tuesdays of every month. It's in my calendar for the rest of time, I think. And the 2 years I've been on the Central Committee as an associate member, I know I've missed one meeting last year for vacation, but I may have missed two. But I feel that it's a priority. I've made it a priority in my life. And if I was accepted as an elected and voting member, I would definitely make it a priority to be there every Tuesday and for the state meetings twice a year.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Next question. Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the past decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you willing to set up, staff, or break down these kinds of community events?
Thanks. Well, I know Chuck doesn't need much help setting up or tearing down. I've been there, watched him do it by himself. Yeah, I've participated in many fairs and festivals over the last 2 years. And over the last 5 years, I've done parades, but mostly in the last 2 years that I've been on the Central Committee. I've done the State Fair, Perry Hall. I've done a couple of fairs at Overly High School. I can't remember what they were called. I did the African American Festival last year in Towson. I would definitely be willing to staff the booth, set up, break down, whatever needs to be done. Definitely. I love doing those fairs. It's fun to talk to people.
Thank you.
Mhm.
What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party, and do you believe there is room for equivocation from those principles?
This is a great question. So, I was raised as a Democrat. I was raised in a smallish town in Northeast Pennsylvania, very blue collar, very Democratic. So I was raised, I believe, with Democratic values. I believe that our part, and I would like to just quickly say no, I don't think there's room for equivocation from those principles. I believe that we should be proud of what we stand for as a party. We are for the working class. We are for the people in the margins in this country. Although I feel, in the last few years, the working class may feel that we've abandoned them, but I don't think that's true. I think we're still um, really strongly support working class values and the working class people in this country. We take care of each other. We are for good jobs, good schools, clean environment. I think we're really strong on the environment and helping those who need a helping hand to make it. If people need Medicaid or SNAP benefits, or we believe that in a woman's right to choose. We believe in healthcare is a fundamental right. We believe in small businesses, farmers, cutting taxes for working families, ending poverty, housing for everyone, and a place for everyone in the community. I believe that the Democrats, welcome everyone into our party, regardless of religion, gender, color of your skin, what country you're from, who you love. We welcome the LGBTQ community. We believe in welcoming people in the disabilities community, the deaf community, immigrants. Immigrants built this country. And I think we believe that we need everyone to strengthen our party and to strengthen the country, and that everyone has value and worth. And we believe that all humans have dignity, and that all people deserve respect and are valued, and not just those who are uber wealthy in this country, but that everybody has worth and value and can contribute and have skills and gifts. So.
Thank you.
As we move into a gubernatorial election year, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or in Baltimore County? And how would you help address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
I think that our party has a problem with messaging. Like I said in my last answer, the Republicans have convinced a lot of people that we are no longer the party of the working class, that we are full of elites who look down on working class people, and I don't believe that at all. But the Republicans are a little better at getting that message out to their base and to others. And so I think we really need to strengthen how we get our message out to people. We can no longer rely just on the mainstream media or things that we've done in the past that may have worked. It doesn't work anymore. People are in silos. People get their news from memes, for crying out loud. They don't watch the mainstream media anymore. So we need to get out. We need to get in, get our message out on social media. We need to go on podcasts. I loved in the last presidential election seeing Kamala Harris go on podcasts and talk to people who that may be where those people get their news. They might not get it from anywhere else. So she was reaching people that may not have heard her message, and I thought that was really smart. Pete Buttigieg does that as well, right? He goes on Fox, he goes on podcasts. I think we need to get our message out everywhere we possibly can. Now, that's not really one of my strengths. Messaging, I don't really have a lot of experience in it. My strength is in more planning. I mean, I'll do whatever I can to help out, but messaging is not really my gift. But I do know a lot of people in it, and I do know we have a lot of people on this committee, Central Committee, who are gifted in that. So I think we're good to go with that. I think this is a really important year coming up with the gubernatorial election. Larry Hogan, I hear, is running again. And I don't think he's going to be easy to beat. It was different when he was running for senator. I had a lot of people say, "Oh, he's such a nice guy. Oh, I really liked him." And I would say, "Yeah, that's when he was governor," which I wasn't saying yes that I agreed with that because I don't. But I was just saying, well, okay, yeah, he was governor. This is a different story. This is Senate, right? So, and I got a lot of people to say, "Oh, yeah, you're right. I will vote for Angela also Brooks on that," right? But I think that we really need to play to get our message out early and fast. And I think that we need to really to blow our own horn and to say all the good things that Governor Moore has done and is doing and will continue to do as our governor. And we also need to point to the things that Larry Hogan, the negative things that he did while he was governor, because there's a lot of them, right? But I don't think people know all the stuff that he did. So yeah, I think messaging is our big thing, and we need to get everybody on the same page and to get that message everywhere we can.
Thank you.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important and increasing in our district and county. Describe specific activities you participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside the ethnic group or racial group which you identify.
Okay. Well, I think that racism is the root of many issues in our country. And I think that each of us needs to start by working on ourselves, on our own unconscious biases, because we all have them. So, really, for many, many years, it started in my 20s, reading authors who were different from me. So from different religions, different cultures. And I've continued that up until today. I like to read from people who are different than I am so I can learn. But one of the most important things I ever did was participate in a 2-day groundwater unconscious bias training that was sponsored by the company that I work for. We do a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion work. And so our company paid to have us all go to this 2-day training, and it had a significant impact on my understanding of myself, first of all, and what my own biases are and how I can change them. You know, we need to be the change we wish to see, right? I have that quote on my refrigerator. I see it every morning or every day. And at the beginning of the training, they asked why we were there. And one of my reasons was, you know, I was raised in, my neighborhood was a small, my town was divided. And when immigrants would come in, you know, they would gravitate towards whatever neighborhood where whatever country they came from. So my family lived in the Irish neighborhood. My great grandparents came from Ireland. So almost everybody I knew was Irish and Catholic and white. And so I didn't get that diversity when I'm being raised. So like I said, I started teaching myself early on, and this training just really opened my eyes even more. And we got to really talk to people in that training from different backgrounds about their experiences. And one of the things I said to this older gentleman who was sitting next to me, who's an African American guy, and I said to him, you know, I have 3 sons. I have 5 kids, but I have 3 sons, and I've never had to have that talk with my sons the way that a lot of Black and African American parents have to have with theirs, right? I've never had to have that fear and that worry. And it bothers me that we're still at this point in history in 2025, and we still have we're still fighting these same battles, these same issues. So this is an important topic, and that's not a topic, but it's important to me to make sure that you know, I work on myself, make myself a better person, and that I reach out to others. And I have I've also another way that we can tell if we are having a difference or making a difference is, do we feel comfortable having people who are different from us coming into our house? Do they feel welcome in our homes? And do we feel welcome in their homes? I've been invited to many different celebrations over the last several years from people from different cultures, Hindu cultures, India, African American festivals, and that kind of thing. And I join in, but I also have invited people to my house who are different than I am, and I've been invited to their homes, and I feel comfortable there, and they feel comfortable with me. And it's something I work on every single day, to make sure that I am the best person I can be in welcoming people who are different from me, and hoping to erase racism in this country until everyone feels included and welcomed, and that they have equity.
Thank you.
Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones, and were you an officer? If so, what, if any, kind of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for a nonprofit, and what was your role?
Yes, I've been an officer over and over and over again. So I was active in Progressive Maryland for several years. I was the chair of the Drug Policy Task Force for a couple of years. So I worked on the legalization of cannabis, and the passage of the MAT Act. That was a couple of years ago. I also served on the Environmental Justice Committee with Progressive Maryland. I was the chair of the Legal Justice Alliance of Baltimore County. And I've had many, many leadership roles over the years. I was on the board of directors for a local nonprofit. I created the grant program for that nonprofit and headed that committee for 10 years. I just stepped down from that committee, or that board earlier this year. And I was a member of the board of directors for the National Catholic Office for the Deaf. I served 2 terms, served 3 years as president. And also as acting executive director for 3 years. We had to take over the executive director position because we could no longer afford it. So I did that job as well. I was also at the same time employed full-time and raising 5 kids. So I've done a lot of leadership. And with that, especially with that, well, with both boards that I was on, we did a lot of fundraising activities. We did dinners, we did all kinds of events with the local board that I was on. With the national board, we did more, I created a DVD that we sent to, because it was a Catholic organization, I sent to all the bishops, 400 and some bishops across the country, to get them to join and raise money that way for the National Catholic Office. So yeah, I've had a lot of experience.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. So next we're going to be moving on to the scenario questions. So, are you a person who handles hostility well? For example, you are engaging the public while working at the party booth at a fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave, and through his actions and tone, begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
Okay, so I think the first and most important thing to do is to stay calm. Deep breaths, stay calm, even if you're not feeling it on the inside. You've got to show that you're calm on the outside. And I think you got to shift in your brain to, give up trying to win. You're not going to win this argument, right? To just solve this problem. And you have to be careful of your tone of voice and your body language. So no, like, hands on hips, crossing your arms. You don't want to come across as aggressive. You want to, like I said, stay calm. You want to listen to what they're saying. Maybe repeat back to them what they're saying. I hear that you're saying you won't vote for our candidate. That's fine. This is a free country. You can vote for whomever you want. Validate their thoughts and feelings. I understand you are feeling frustrated or whatever. And then do I have that correct? Try to calm them down by being calm yourself, and know that they help them to understand that they're being listened to, and that I understand what they're saying and how they're feeling. We may not agree, and that's okay. In this country, we have a right to disagree, You have a right to vote for whomever you want, and so do I. And and so just trying to kind of de-escalate that situation. I've had that. Unfortunately, I've had that opportunity several times in my life to de-escalate some situations, and I think I've done a pretty good job over the years. But I would also try to enlist the help from others at the booth. Hopefully, I'm not at that booth by myself. Trying to de-escalate this problem alone. Maybe somebody could go get security if there's, if we feel this person's going to get a little out of control, a little out of hand. But those are the things I would do to de-escalate the situation.
Thank you.
Okay. How important is character to you? And if you discovered that an elected official or someone seeking an elected office with whom you are closely acquainted was about to violate the law through their actions or had already violated an election or law, what, if any, steps would you take to address the matter?
So character is very important to me. I think it's integrity is crucial, especially in elected officials. I think the public needs to trust their representatives. I think politicians and elected officials get a bad reputation. People, you're a politician. I can't trust you. So we're already there with a lot of people. So I think that elected officials have to be even more, their integrity has to be more evident, and they really have to be more careful what they do, be very, careful. And so if I, this question is, you said if they're about to do something illegal or if they've already done it. So it's two different, because if I find out if they're thinking of doing something unethical, I would try to, and if I knew this person, I'm assuming I know this person, that I would try to talk to them about what they're doing, try to convince them that's not a good idea, and why that's not a good idea. If they've already done the act, then I would, and I have evidence of it, right? So we're assuming we have evidence of it. Then I don't know if talking to the person would be helpful. I think if it's already been done and that you'd have to take the matter higher, and I would assume you take it to the State Board of Elections. Not really, I'm not clear 100% in what the protocol is. I've never had to do this before, so I don't know the steps to take, but I would assume you would go to the State Board of Elections or that matter. I would not let it slide or sweep it under the rug. I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. I think everybody like I said before, elected officials need to be held to a very high standard, and I think that they should follow the law. We all should follow the laws, but that should just be a no-brainer for elected officials. You just follow the laws. You're making the laws. You should follow them.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So that concludes the questions portion of the interview for tonight. So now we move on to your final statement. You have 2 minutes to wrap up anything else you'd like to say to us and finish off your interview.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you again for this time and your attention this evening and all the great questions. I hope I've demonstrated not only my passion for our shared democratic values, but also my readiness to contribute my time, energy, and experience to this committee. I'm prepared to take initiative, collaborate, and lead efforts that will strengthen our party and promote our principles at the local, state, and national levels. Our country is facing serious challenges right now, both literal and symbolic. Just this weekend, we felt the effects of the New Jersey wildfires in our own community. Our country is literally on fire, as well as figuratively on fire. And beyond that smoke in the air, there are threats to the very fabric of our democracy. We have urgent work ahead of us. And we have to defend the governor's seat in Annapolis next year. We've got to get rid of Andy Harris. And we need to flip the House and the Senate in 2026 back to the Democratic Party, and then look forward to the White House coming back to having a Democrat in the White House in 2028. But we can't wait for the next election cycle. I think right now we must focus on protecting people's health care, their safety, their basic human rights. And I am ready right now to roll up my sleeves, get to work with each one of you, and to help make that happen. And whether or not I'm selected as voting member of this body, I will continue to work, continue to do the work, because I feel that defending our democracy is not an option, it's essential. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen, for actively engaging in those questions, and your responses were so critical in terms of the feedback that you provided us with. So we appreciate you engaging with us, and we do want you to return at the end. We're a little off schedule in that actually we're ahead of schedule. And so we may ask you to come back a little bit earlier than 9:30, but I may have to call individuals to let them know, they can come back after the group has been sequestered so they can have their private discussion. So thank you again for participating. We enjoyed your interview, and I wish you the best, and we'll see you a little bit later.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
Thank you again.
Thank you. So, as I just said to Eileen, we're a little bit ahead, which is great. I love the fact that we're a little bit ahead. And because we're enough ahead, I think I'm going to give Caitlin a call and see if she is prepared to come on. Do you all need a 5-minute break, or you're good and I can call her and we can get her on?
I'm good if everyone else is.
I'm good.
I
All
need
right,
to-
As
well,
well.
I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and I will give her a buzz and see if she can come on. Thank you. So, so I've just submitted Ms. Clem Kellner. So I'm going to call you Caitlin, if you don't mind. Caitlin, welcome to our interview process. We thank you so much for applying, and we really appreciate all of our applicants and our candidates wanting to engage to be a part of the Central Committee. We are, because our timeline was extremely tight, we're still going to stick to our 2-minute timeline for each response, but we do want you to know that this may move us a little bit quicker because we're just a little bit ahead of our timetable. So with that being said, at the end, we will ask that you return. You've gone through this process before, so I think you're familiar with what we do in this process. So I won't take the time to go through all the specific details, and I'm going to take this opportunity to turn this over to Mr. Shannon Sheets, who will carry forth the interview process.
Good evening, and thank you very much for applying and for joining us tonight, Caitlin. I will introduce myself, so to speak. I'm Shannon Sheets, but I also introduce or allow my colleagues to introduce themselves as well as the other members of the 8th District Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee.
Thank you, Shannon.
Margaret?
Margaret Forte, it's good to see you, Caitlin.
Good to see you too.
Caitlin, Brad Croner, good to see you tonight. Thanks for applying.
See you.
Hey, Deli Okafor.
Hey,
It's-
Deli.
Chuck Rothfelder, elected member D8.
Hey, Chuck.
Thank you again for applying. The structure for the interview tonight will begin with a 2-minute opening statement. There will be a question and answer session where the panel asks questions and you have 2 minutes for each answer, and then a 2-minute closing statement as well. I'm gonna, in order to try to keep us onto the 2-minute theme, I'm gonna put a hand up when you're at about 1 minute and 50 seconds, and then I'm gonna put a second hand up when you hit 2 minutes. So to try to, I know not everybody stares at the screen while they're talking, just so you get a visual idea of when you're running out of time. And we do ask you to try to keep to the 2-minute limit as much as possible. So having said that, we'll go ahead and give you your 2 minutes to open, introduce yourself, and let us know why you're interested in the position.
Alrighty, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight again. My name is Caitlin Clem-Kellner, and I am a lifelong resident of District 8 and Councilmatic, current District 6. I am a lifelong Democrat. Democratic policies and advocacy run through my blood. My grandfather was involved in the Democratic Party when he was alive. My father has volunteered for the Democratic Party, and they instilled those values into me. I actually ran for Baltimore County Council in the District 6 primary in 2022 because I believe in helping out my community and being a voice for those who do not have a voice. And I would carry that over to the Central Committee. I did apply for the District 8 appointment for delegate in February of this year, and I also applied for the Central Committee appointment also in, I believe it was March or April of this year. So I'm incredibly passionate about Democratic policies, the Democratic Party, and I believe that I have a lot to offer. I'm a graduate of Emerge Maryland in the class of 2021. And with everything that's happening on a federal level, I have no plans on going anywhere. I am here to stay. I'm here for the long haul, and I'm here to help out the party and also be a voice for my community. So on that, thank you.
Thanks. We'll just hop right into the questions then. So first up, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
Thank you so much for the question. So as I stated, I'm incredibly concerned about what's happening on a federal level. And I believe that we need people who are passionate about the party and passionate about Democratic policies to be involved. I also believe that we need a voice from people who are on the ground and active in the community groups that can relay information back to the Central Committee and to the party. As someone that is forming an umbrella group, as someone that is involved with multiple community associations, I believe I'm the person that can do that. I know I am the person that can do that. I also believe that we need to be supporting Democrats across the board, whether that's county council, whether that's through delegate or state senator. And we need people who know what's happening and can be an advocate for that. I have experience in Annapolis. I have experience with working in Baltimore County community-related issues with Baltimore County government. So I believe that I am the person that can do that for the Central Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What political activities have you participated in as a volunteer or candidate? And are you currently a member of the a political club? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following? Where and when did you do door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, voter registration, get out the vote activities, and helping voters to get to the polls or electioneering?
Thank you so much for the question. So I have volunteered for the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2026. I electioneered in Baltimore City, and I also phone banked in Baltimore City for her. I have door knocked, electioneered, and have also done campaign lit drop-offs for District 8 in 2018. I was at Perry Hall High School for then, at the time when Senator Jackson was running for delegate. I've been out for Delegate Bendari. I have door knocked for the District 8 slate. I've sign waved for everyone from Johnny O to Kamala Harris to myself. I have experience with Van in my own when I ran for Baltimore County Council, and continuing that for other candidates. I've door knocked for Delegate Michelle Guyton. I have done text message voting for myself, or text message reach out for myself. And then I am a paid member of the Central Baltimore County Democratic Club. I have in the past been involved with the North Baltimore County Democratic Club. Allies for Democracy has assisted with my own campaign in the past. As I stated, I'm a graduate of Emerge Maryland in 2021. And then on top of that, I am now a board member of the Baltimore County Women Democratic Club.
All right, thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Great. What skills, experience, or background do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party that you think we may lack?
Thank you so much for the question. I still have issues with that, that phrase of like lacking, as I stated the last time. But I think that what I can bring is community involvement. As someone that attends community association meetings from one end of District 8 to the other, when I come home, the first question that my husband asks me is usually, was there someone from the Central Committee there that isn't on the board? And because that's where we're going to be hearing issues that are impacting voters, regardless what their party is, and issues that are core democratic values that people need and these communities need support from, that the Central Committee should be advocating for and working with our delegates and our councilmen and our state senators to get things done. So I believe that I can provide that voice on the ground from the communities and having that community involvement. In addition, I do have a background in graphic design, photography. I can help with communications. I can help with graphic design. I can help with messaging. I can help with social media. And I also think I can be someone that can encourage follow-up. And what I mean by that is you have a great talent pool in District 8. And I know something that I've said is, I'm here, reach out. And I think that, I've heard from maybe one or two people that are like, hey, Caitlin, do you want to help with this? Do you want to help with that? But then there's no follow-up. So I would like to be someone who is accountable to having us reach out for follow-up of this amazing talent pool that we have in District 8. And in really randomness, as we have events, I am TIP certified. If anybody here is not TIP certified, if we have an event that we need that for, so thank you.
Thank you.
Question, what is TIP? What is TIP?
TIPS is actually, it's a certification for beverage serving, like adult beverage serving. So like if we have an event or a gala where we're doing something like that, I'm certified for that.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You did mention in question 2 that you work for the District 8 slate. So this question is kind of in line with that. What are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election to the Democratic State Central Committee? And would you run on the slate with us?
Thank you so much for the question. So my plan for 2026 is to continue to support Democrats in this district and in this office. If I am appointed, I would be running for the District 8 Central Committee, and I would support the slate.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend 2 statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June and December in various parts of the state. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
Thank you so much for the question. And when I was president of the Lynn River Improvement Association, we actually moved our meetings from Tuesdays to Thursdays to accommodate the club, actually, members that we have that are involved with the central committee. So that is not an issue. And as long as I have notice, because I am a working millennial, to take off if there's an event, I'll be there. So there shouldn't be a conflict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the past decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you willing to set up staff or break down these kinds of community events?
Thank you so much for the question. So I have worked Hunfest and Hamden Fest for my family's business, and that involves setting up table, inventory, merchandise, tents, break up, set down. So I've done those, and I did those from 2008 until the pandemic, which is when those events ended. I am also a volunteer for the Fullerton Fireworks Foundation, where I'm out on a field at 8 o'clock in the morning, setting up fencing, tents, tables, and I'm there till almost midnight on July the 4th, running a booth and also taking part in takedown. I've also walked in the Rosedale Volunteer Firemen's Parade in 2018 with the Lynn River Improvement Association. I've walked in the Towson Parade for 4th of July for myself when I was a candidate, and I've walked in it for Delegate Michelle Guyton. And I will happily set up, break down any sort of tent, table. I have no issue doing that. Something I've done multiple times in the past. As I stated, I am TIP certified for events. So, it's something that kind of comes naturally. And I did also sign up to work the fair booth when I was at the Central Dems meeting the other night for the state fair.
All right. What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party? And do you believe there's room for equivocation from those principles?
Thank you so much for the question. So I do believe that Dems come in various shades of blue. We have our progressives, we have our moderates, and we have our people that consider themselves just Democrats or liberals. And I think that there's room for all of us in the party, but I do not think that we have to stray from what our basic beliefs are, which is standing up for the working class, standing up for people who don't have a voice, standing up for women's rights, science is science, standing up for people whose rights are being under attack from this administration. And I don't think that we need to attack those other shades of blue as well if it's not in line. We all can work together. But I personally believe that our job as Democrats is to stand up for people who don't have a voice and to stand up for the working class American. That's what we need to do. And that's our job, whether it's in the state house or in the county council or, as members of the central committee, supporting our councilmen or our delegates as they're making those decisions and also actively testifying for those decisions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As we move into a gubernatorial election year, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or in Baltimore County? And how would you help address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
Thank you so much for the question. So I do I stated this before that one of our biggest issues is messaging. When I was at the club meeting this past week, one of the first questions that the elected officials got was, what are we doing about messaging? And that's coming from the fact that we can pass, as Democrats, amazing pieces of legislation, but the Freedom Caucus is going to have the front page of the newspaper or the story on the 11 o'clock news, no matter what we're doing. So we need to be better about getting messaging out there and supporting and showing the amazing legislation that we are passing and the amazing policies that we're standing on. In addition, we have a Larry Hogan problem, and we need to be incredibly upfront about that. Larry, there are registered Dems who are very pro Hogan, and because he's getting in front of that messaging, we're going to have an uphill battle getting ahead of that in 2026. So something that I believe that I can help on this committee, coming from a branding background, coming from a visual communications background, is being able to kind of take that messaging that we need to get out there and actively put it out there, sending out press releases, putting it on social media, sharing when, people like Delegate Guyton are passing, the DDA bill, or Delegate Allen's passing legislation that help veterans. When here we are, we have Trump that's taking away rights from veterans today. That's what we should be sharing, and that's what we need to be getting ahead of. And that's what I can bring, is this marketing toolkit to get us out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important and increasing in our district and county. Describe specific activities you participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside the ethnic group or racial group which you identify.
Thank you so much for the question. So I recognize that I come from a place of privilege, and that my job sometimes is to just sit down and be quiet and to listen to people. And for me, there's no class or book that can give that, as much as it is being in the community and having conversations. I always tell people, come down to my business and just sit and talk with people on a Saturday, because I learned so much from people that come into my shop that have different racial and ethnic diversity and religious diversity, that live in District 8 and across Baltimore County and Maryland as a whole. And some days that that's what I have to do, is just sit there or stand there back at a candle wall and listen to what people are telling me. Sometimes it can just be getting a cup of coffee with a neighbor that just moved into this community to learn about them, their history, and what they're going through in life. And that is the best thing that I have found that I can do as a person, is to sit, listen, and learn from other people that are living these experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones? And were you an officer? If so, what kinds of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for nonprofits, and what was your role?
Thank you so much for the question. So in nonpartisan groups, I was president of the Linear Improvement Association for a combined total of 7 years. I am currently on the board of directors and have been involved for over a decade now. And that did everything from fundraising to hosting National Night Out, one of the biggest ones on the East Side, to welcoming new neighbors, to advocating for streetscape projects and community improvements. I'm also on the board of the Fullerton Fireworks Foundation, which is one of the biggest firework events in Baltimore County. And on that, I handle help with fundraising, reaching out to elected officials, and also co-manage the beer and wine tent with my husband. And then I've also, as I just stated, I've joined the board of the Baltimore County Women Dems, and we'll be helping out with the John Lewis Day of Service, and also will be assisting with the Central Dems at the state fair later on this year. And I think I hit all of the groups that I have been an officer of. And I'm also forming the umbrella group for this side of town that involves multiple community associations.
Thank
Great.
you.
Great. So now we're going to move on to the sample scenario part of the evening. So scenario one, are you a person who handles hostility well? For example, you are engaging the public while working at the party booth at a fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave, and through his actions and tone, begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
Thank you so much for the question. So, in terms of the scenario, we don't fight back. This is why I personally don't believe that you should have one person manning a booth at a time. And that carries through on any of the events that I've done. We usually never just have one person there. And if they refuse to leave and are physically blocking people, this is why I believe that you should have a safety plan and can also involve organizers or other people in authority that can remove that person safely and de-escalate that situation. But you don't get into a person's face. You don't scream back. And I personally do believe that I handle hostility pretty well. As I have been someone that has experienced some hostility this year for seeking the delegate appointment. I really kind of handled that pretty well when I had people calling my shop asking what my schedule was, and so that way they could come in and physically have a conversation with me about politics. So I think that I'm kind of somebody that wants people to get along and will go out of my way to ensure peace um, in a situation. And I don't like to stir the pot or cause drama. So I think that I kind of keep it pretty cool and can maintain my own at an event if someone gets pretty hostile.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How important is character to you? And if you discover that an elected official or someone seeking an elected office with whom you are closely acquainted was about to violate the law through their actions or had already violated an election or the law, what, if any, steps would you take to address this matter?
Thank you so much for the question. So character is incredibly important to me. I have to live my life with honesty and integrity in terms of my own spiritual beliefs, which is not something I talk about a whole lot because that's everything could be taken away from me in terms of what I believe in. So that is so incredibly important. And I believe that when you are dealing with the public and you are a community servant, that you need to have the utmost integrity, honesty, and have the best character that you can be for everybody involved. And I think that if I discovered that someone was about to violate, first we write it down, we document because hearsay is real. So we document everything written. If we need to, we can consult outside lawyer to see kind of where our protections lie. And we can go above and actively report those people because at the end of the day, I'm not about ethics issues. I'm not about having those type of violations. I kind of would like everyone to walk the correct path. And I have no issues, taking things above if it's not on par.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Caitlin, well, that ends the question and answer portion of the interview. So what remains is your 2-minute closing statement where you can wrap up any other thoughts you'd like to tell us. And that begins now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity again to interview. I would like to think that with this being the third time I have now interviewed for an appointment, that the party in the District 8 Central Committee is realizing that I am not going anywhere. And I want to just take a second to appreciate those that have reached out to me. And I would hope that we would all be reaching out to working together and seeing this talent pool. I'm not going to stop working for my community. And I would hope that you all would also understand that being members of the Central Committee and being involved in democratic policies also means standing up for the community. And I would hope that that's something that you want to bring into the Central Committee, is a voice for those that maybe don't have that voice on this board or in the party. I think that we need to be prepared for 2026 to be an uphill battle. And I think that we need warriors that are ready to hit the ground running and also know what's going on and are currently in the trenches. And I am the person for that. I've been in the trenches. I have no plan on leaving. I have no plans on giving up any involvement in politics. And I plan on assisting you all, whether I am on this Central Committee, which hopefully I am by the end of the evening, or I'm not. So I just want to take the time to thank you all for the opportunity to interview again. And hopefully I will, one way or another, I will hear from all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin, again, for your engagement, for your very meticulously crafted responses. What we would like to be able to do is have all of our candidates come back, as we have done in the past, near the end of this conversation, once our panelists have gone into a private time frame where they will be sequestered to discuss the selected candidate. Then they will come out and vote publicly on which candidate they have selected and make a recommendation for whom their selected candidate is to move to the Central Committee. That person would then have to make themselves available for a affirmation vote and a swearing in of a ceremony tomorrow evening when we have our general meeting in Towson. So with that being said, we'll welcome you back later in this process. And thank you very much for coming on a bit earlier than what you were actually scheduled. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to have an opportunity to work with you in the future.
Thank you so much. And what time is tomorrow night? Because tomorrow night's also Delegate Allen's fundraiser.
We normally meet on the third Tuesday of the month at 7:00 p.m.
Okay. Perfect. I can still hit up Delegate Allen's fundraiser then. So.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank
and
you.
We'll see you a little bit later. I may have to call you if we finish up early, as I did previously.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much.
Have a good one. You're welcome. All right. Our next candidate is Faith Pearson Wyatt, and we are actually almost 30 minutes ahead of schedule. So I'm going to go ahead and call her. This is a very good for us that we are ahead of schedule with a number of candidates we have to interview. So I'm going to mute myself again and go off video so I can make this call, and I will report back momentarily.
Thank you.
Miss Pearson Wyatt has informed me that she will be on in approximately 1 to 2 minutes. So if everybody want to finish up fairly quickly and come back on, that would be great. Everyone is doing so well. This is really and their responses, sometimes when you shorten the time frame that they can talk, their responses are much more focused and on point. So I feel like this is a great opportunity. I do realize that people that are on YouTube where we're live streaming can hear what I'm saying to you, and that's quite all right. Because this is something that really is a very positive type of feedback that we can give to people that, if they have that time, they can be very pointed, and it's really helpful to be able to know that they can really stick to the timeline and give us some really good feedback.
Hello. There we go.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm wonderful, and we are moving right along with our interviews. Thank you so much for coming on a wee bit early.
Absolutely.
The interviews are going very well, and so I appreciate you accommodating shifting your schedule a bit. Just want to welcome you and introduce myself. I'm Dr. Charlotte Wood. I'm the chair of the Baltimore County Central Committee, and we welcome you to this process. It is a process where we will be interviewing for one position that is vacant. And as you well know, you have a bit of competition. So,
Yes, I did a little bit of snooping of who they were, and very phenomenal candidates. So
yes, we've gotten some good feedback, and we continue to expect good feedback. So, again, welcome. We are going to have the group once you complete all of the after they complete all of the interviews, they will sequester. They'll discuss all of the candidates. They'll come up with a proposal. When you complete, you can log off and we'll have you come back. I may have to call you all because we're a little bit off schedule. So I will touch base back with you if it's earlier than a 9:30, 9:20 time frame.
okay.
Okay. And just know that we are going to try and go ahead and stick to the 2-minute time frame, even though we're a little ahead of schedule. And that'll give everybody a little bit of a gift of time back.
Beautiful.
So with that being said, I'm going to turn this group over to Mr. Shannon Sheets so that he can proceed with the interview process.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Good evening, Ms. Pearson Wyatt, I believe is the. Thank you very much for applying for the vacancy for the 8th Legislative District, Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. My name is Shannon Sheets. I am one of the current sitting members of the Central Committee, and my colleagues will introduce themselves to you in just a moment. But just to give you a quick overview of how this process will work, we'll give you the time to have a 2-minute opening statement where you can tell us a little bit about yourself. There will be a question and answer session with 12 questions that we'll go through as a panel. And then you'll also have 2 minutes at the end to give a closing statement as well. Just for the sake of expediency, what we're planning to do to help keep the time is at about 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'll put a hand up like this. And then at 2 minutes, I'll put the second hand up so that you have a visual cue as to when you should be wrapping up your question. And we do ask you to do your best to keep to that 2-minute limit as well. So let me then pass the mic for a second to our other Central Committee members so they can introduce themselves as well. Margaret?
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're on mute.
Margaret, you're muted.
Hi, Faith. Thank you for applying.
Hello, thank you.
Brad Croner, thanks for applying. Good to see you tonight.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm Deli Okafor, newly appointed member of District 8. Excited to meet you.
Thanks. Excited to meet you too.
Chuck Rockefeller, elected member of District 8.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, and then with that, we'll go ahead and open the floor for you. You have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
I want to thank all of you for being a part of this. I haven't done any kind of official political organizations or committees or anything like that, so I'm a little new. But I served 4 years in the military. I know what it's like to have to quickly recover and be flexible and deal with diverse people and all of the different views that come with the different backgrounds. I'm currently serving as a government employee with the Army. So a lot of the political stuff that's happening directly affects, and that was kind of the biggest push for me to try and put myself out there a little more, to be more part of the community and more part of the Democratic Party. I have a coworker who she was like, you just need to do it. Get involved. These are, the places you can go to look for this stuff. Show up. That's all you need to do is just show up, and you're going to learn it, and you're going to be good, and it's going to be great. And so she's the one really who pushed me to even find this vacancy. I had no idea about it until like 2 days before the deadline, and I thought that it was like the most perfect sign ever. So I hope that you all like me and that this is, you know, the beginning of a revolution for all of us.
Nice, thank you. So we'll get started then. So first question, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
I'm interested in serving on the committee because I believe that continuing my service both with community and like local community and the country as a whole through civic engagement and local leadership is really important. I mentioned that I was in the Navy and a current government employee. And so I feel that I'm already partially, you know, dedicated and want to further that on a bit bigger scale than just my job. Sorry, I have a few notes, so if I'm like looking different ways. Sorry, breather. I want to ensure that residents of Baltimore County feel heard and supported and represented in decisions that affect their daily lives. Joining the Central Committee will allow me to give back to the community, uplift underrepresented voices, and help grow a stronger and more responsive Democratic presence in Baltimore County. I feel like it's already pretty big, but you know, the more we can do, the better. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for your services, Faith.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Yes. What political activities have you participated in as a volunteer or candidate, or are you currently a member of a political club? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following? Whereas, and when did you do door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, voters registration, get out the vote activities, and helping voters get to the polls or electioneering?
I have not participated in any formal party campaigning. I've been very politically aware since the age of 16 in San Diego, California, and have tried to engage in conversations and advocacy in my small communities and my small groups. I've encouraged voter registration among my peers and family members, especially during, you know, your bigger election cycles or when it's coming up to midterms. I really tried to stress the importance of everyone's vote, and that, you know, one vote could be the biggest difference, especially locally. During my time in the military, when we were deployed, I was an unofficial informal resource to help others access absentee ballots and stay engaged in the democratic process, and make sure that they were still having the ability to vote, whether we were home or in the middle of who knows where.
All right, thank you very much.
What skills, experience, or background do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party?
I think I bring a really strong background in discipline service, leadership, and operational support, mostly developed through my time in the Navy. I've worked in really high pressure environments that require quick thinking, collaboration across many different teams, and then adherence to core values, qualities I believe are essential in public service and local politics. Additionally, I bring the perspective of someone who's relatively new to political organizing, which I see as a really big strength. I can help bridge the gap, especially among veterans and working class families and first time voters or young voters, and bring a bit of extra energy to those different communities within our bigger community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election for the Democratic State Central Committee, and do you plan to run with us as a slate?
Right now, my focus is going to be on learning, listening, and contributing in any meaningful way if I'm selected for this vacancy. I would strongly consider running for reelection in 2026 if I feel like I'm making a positive impact or if I can see myself continuing to grow in the role. I believe in teamwork and collaboration, so I would be open to running with the District 8 team as part of a slate if our values aligned and we share a common vision for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend 2 statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June and December in various parts of the state, but often down in Prince George's County. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings as well? As meetings as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
I see no issue with any kind of time constraint or conflicts of interest. I do occasionally travel for work, typically out of state, but there's plenty of notice, typically 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance. So I don't see that being an issue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the past decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you willing to set up staff or break down these kinds of community events?
Yes, I have volunteered quite a lot at many different types of events, anywhere from California to Florida, Virginia, Maryland. I did a community volunteer event to restore a church in Greece when I was there for the military. So any kind of volunteering needed for community events, I'm more than willing and happy to set up, tear down, be there for drinks, whatever it is, hand out waters.
What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party? And do you believe there's room for equivocation from those principles?
I believe the Democratic Party is rooted in the pursuit of justice, equality, and community for everyone. Core principles include defending democracy, protecting civil rights, supporting workers and unions, expanding access to education and healthcare, and fighting for climate justice, reproductive freedoms. These principles are not just policies, they're commitments to the people that we serve, the people of our community, of our country. I believe that there can be room for discussion on strategies and implementation, but not on the fundamental values themselves. Compromising on equity, inclusion, and integrity weakens the foundation of what we stand for and what our country stands for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, as we move into a gubernatorial or midterm election year, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or Baltimore County? And how would you address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
I think one of the biggest challenges is voter disengagement and distrust of institutions, especially with everything that's going on right now. From the circles I'm part of, I know that a lot of people don't feel like the Democratic Party represents them, their daily concerns, what they believe in, stuff like that. And we're also facing the ongoing threat of misinformation everywhere and attempts at voter suppression and the need to build coalitions across diverse communities. I would work to re-engage disillusioned voters through outreach, education, visibility. We need to meet people where they are at the community events, schools, neighborhood meetings, and ensure our message is inclusive, authentic, and tied to real issues affecting families.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important and increasing in our district and community and county, sorry. Describe specific activities you participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside of the ethnic group or racial group which you identify.
Throughout my naval service, I worked in very diverse environments and actively participated in cultural awareness events and discussions, not only to celebrate diversity, but to better understand different perspectives. I grew up in a very small town in Texas, very conservative, the reddest of red dots, basically. And I was not, I didn't get to see all of these different types of communities that there are, or any of the other I'm losing the word. Anyways, moving on. I wasn't exposed to anyone who really didn't look like me. And so the military really allowed me to step out of that and see different perspectives and the different ways that people grew up and the different struggles that they had compared to what I had in a small town in the middle of nowhere. I've of those like cultural communities or committees, sorry, that I attended, I also supported colleagues from all backgrounds and learned from my peers and their experiences, especially the ones who face systemic bias and barriers. In the military, it was really one of my big goals was to really enforce that everyone was as important as the person sitting beside you. The military can be very cliquey. It can be really toxic at times. And I made it my goal to make sure that if it was toxic, it was because of the work we were doing and not the people around us, if that makes any sense at all. I've also done personal work, reading, listening, engaging in conversations to better understand racial injustice in my role in advocating for equity. I volunteered in the community and participated in protests for racial injustice. I believe that active listening, self-reflection, and speaking out are all part of building solidarity and change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones were you an officer? What, if any, kind of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for a nonprofit, and what was your role?
While I was in the military, I was involved in a few of our committees and different groups. I served as the vice president and then the president of the Junior Enlisted Association for, I believe it was E4 and below. In this, we held events, community service projects, mentorship activities, fundraisers, outreach programs for, we did a bunch with like schools and reading to children and all kinds of stuff within the community. And then currently I'm a member of the Association of Old Crows, which is a professional nonprofit association that educates, connects, and advocates across the globe for electromagnetic warfare and the spectrum operations community. That's my job that I do every day. And we have a big community across the world where they do different kinds of webinars. We meet up at conferences. We hold different kinds of fundraisers to hold these big events and stuff like that. I've participated in and helped coordinate the fundraising activities with a focus on building camaraderie and supporting local needs.
Very good. So moving on to the scenario part of the night. Um, are you a person who handles hostility well? For example, you are engaging the public while working at the party booth at a fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave and through his actions and tone begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
I like to believe that I handle hostility well. The military really taught me how to be outspoken when you know when to be, when the right time is. And there's been a lot of hostile environments I've been in that I've been able to navigate through. In this situation, my first approach would probably be to try and de-escalate him. I've found that when people are loud, overly loud, and confrontational, they often feel unheard or unseen. And so they're trying to be louder and bigger to be heard and seen. I try to engage with them respectfully, keeping my tone calm and my body language neutral, and invite them to have a civil conversation. And if that doesn't work and they're too unruly and it's becoming a safety hazard or whatever it may be, I would notify the event security or other organizers to help us kind of get them away from the booth so that it's not becoming a safety issue.
Okay. How important is character to you? If you discovered that an elected official or someone seeking an elected office with whom you are closely acquainted was about to violate the law through their actions or already violated an election or the law, what, if any, steps would you take to address this matter?
Character is everything to me. As someone who took an oath twice now to serve with honor and integrity, I take ethical standards very seriously. Both of my parents were career military, and so they instilled in me integrity and that your character is who you are. And that's who everyone is going to see you as. So if you don't want someone to see you some way, you need to not be that way. If I became aware that someone I knew was violating or intended to violate the law, I would try to address it with them directly first, making it clear that such actions are unacceptable and have real consequences. If the issue persisted or was serious in nature, I would report it through the appropriate channels. Public trust is fragile. We've seen that quite a lot over the last decade now, probably. And we can't afford to let personal relationships get in the way of doing what's right. Upholding the law and maintaining transparency is a non-negotiable for me.
Thank you very much, Faith.
Thank you.
All right, well, Faith, thank you very much for your answers. That concludes the question and answer portion of the interview, which means that what we have remaining is your 2-minute closing statement. So you can begin that whenever you'd like to.
I just want to thank all of you again for being here. I don't really think I have anything else to say about myself or my answers. Yeah, I really hope that I'm not just, messing this up now. But thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You very much for
Thank you.
participating. It's been very nice and very refreshing to hear your responses. Please know that the group will sequester once this is all over for a 15 or so minutes, maybe more, to review all of the candidates. And then once they do that, they will return to the main screen to have a public vote and a public proposal and recommendation for whoever their selected candidate is going to be to move forward to the Central Committee. So with that being said, we would like for you to return to hear the outcome of the process. And I may have to call you because since we're a little bit ahead of schedule, 9:30 may not be the time frame that
Mhm.
we'll be using as a return time. So I'll be calling people to let them know that they can return to hear the outcome.
Perfect.
Thank you again so much.
Thank
Appreciate you participating.
Absolutely. Thank you all so, so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. I'm going to move forward with our next candidate and contacting our next candidate because our next candidate really wouldn't expect to log on until like 5 minutes to 8. So I'm going to go ahead and reach out to our next candidate and see if I can bring her on board. So I'm going to again mute myself and take my picture down until I can contact our next candidate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
I think in this situation, I'm going to have to give you guys a little break, take a 5 to 8 minute hiatus. They both have, the last two people both have uh, um, something they connected themselves to because they thought they had more time. So what I'm going to do, I've asked the next young lady, she's going to be free in about 10 minutes. I told her to please log on as soon as she can, and we'll start with her as soon as she gets on. So in the meantime, go ahead and take an 8 minute break. And she said she'll be free to log on shortly. Okay. And then I told the other person to log on as soon as she finishes so that when we finish our next person, she'll be ready to rock and roll immediately following that. So you get your break, Margaret.
Thank you.
Okay. See you in 8. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can hear me. However, our candidate has arrived in the waiting room. I hope it gave you enough time for a brief break.
Yep.
One more break.
Yep, right now.
I saw you with the neck.
A little tight today.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So it looks like we pretty much got everybody back. I'm going to go ahead and admit her. It looks like Chuck is back too. Okay. Going to admit Miss Shaw. Good evening, Miss Shaw, and welcome.
Good evening. Just give me a moment. Okay, let me are you able to hear me? Hello, everybody.
We can hear you very
Okay,
well.
good. I was
You're
just trying to
very
figure
clear.
everything out. I just got off another meeting to join, so I'm like trying to make sure everything works perfectly before I join, you know? Give me
That's
just a moment if you don't mind. Let me just like set it up properly.
not a problem. Take a
Give me
moment.
just a moment. Okay, I'm so sorry. Give me like 2 minutes if you can. Thank you. Let me call my brother.
You're welcome.
I mean, as long as the sound is good and then as long as I'm here, it should be okay. I think this is all good.
Well, we hear you perfectly clearly.
Okay, this completely fine. Because the other time I was on my iPad, so but I didn't think that would be professional, so I joined it from my laptop right away. So that's why I was trying to make sure everything works perfectly when we're in it.
We can see you and hear you very nicely.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, welcome again. I'm Dr. Charlotte Wood. I'm the chair of the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee. And we are very thankful that you applied. We appreciate the fact that you are very much interested in becoming a part of the Central Committee. This process is being held on behalf of Legislative District 8, and all of its members who are representing that district are here on with me. We are going to continue to stick to our time frame for our responses of 2 minutes per response. However, what I will share with you is when all of this interview process is completed, you'll log off. We'll have one last candidate that we'll be interviewing, and then the group will be sequestered for a bit. They'll make their decision, come out of that setting, and vote publicly. I will contact you because I don't believe we will be as late as we previously thought. And so we'll make sure that you are aware when to log back on to find out the results.
Sounds
All
great.
right. With that being said, I'm going to turn over the interview process to Shannon Sheets for the introduction of the group.
Thank you, Liz. Of course.
Good evening, Keeney, is that correct?
It's Kenny by Kenny.
Kenny?
Mhm.
Kenny, very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for applying for the position for the open seat here on the Central Committee in the 8th District. My name is Shannon Sheets. I am an elected member of the 8th District Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee, and I'd like to give my colleagues on the committee an opportunity to introduce themselves as well.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you.
Good evening, Penny. My name is Deli Okafor. I'm an appointed member of the Central Committee.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Kenny. My name is Margaret Forte, and we're glad to hear that you are one of our applicants.
Thank you. Very pleased to be here.
Hi, Kenny. My name is Brad Croner. Thank you for applying, and it's great to meet you tonight.
Hi, Mr. Kroner. Thank you.
Good evening, Chuck Cropfelder. I am an elected member of the District 18.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to talk to you, to talk to all of you today.
Wonderful. So let me just quickly go over how the interview process will work tonight. We'll begin with a 2-minute opportunity for you to introduce yourself and give an opening statement. Then there will be a question and answer section, which is 12 questions that will be asked by the panel of Central Committee members here. And then at the conclusion of that, you'll have an opportunity to also give a 2-minute closing statement. Having said that, we're all ready to go. So if you would like to begin your, I'm sorry, just one other quick note. In order to try to keep our responses on time a little bit, what I'm going to do is when we get close to the end, when we get to about 1 minute and 50 seconds into your response, I'm going to raise a hand. And when we get to 2 minutes, I'm going to raise the second hand. That way you just can keep a visual track of where your questions are and try to wrap up promptly after 2 minutes. So
Perfect. That sounds like a great plan.
So, having said that, the floor is yours. So please feel free to introduce yourself, and you have your 2-minute opening statement.
First of all, thank you all, and it's very nice to meet you. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you for the opportunity one more time. My name is Kenisha. I'm very honored to be just here, talking in front of all these amazing individuals right here. To begin, I have started a nonprofit organization since the age of 18. I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's called Sati Baltimore. I've spent the past several years like engaging with undeserved and especially immigrant communities. I see you guys are from different backgrounds as well, so I'm really excited to present myself as a South Asian and a Nepali in like the area of South Asian. There's a lot of South Asian and Nepali population in Baltimore District 8, which now include what 30,000 residents in our district. And then from the age of 18, my work has been focused on building those coalition, increasing civic engagement, and creating access to resources to people, to everyone who is in need, from helping people file for unemployment when we had the COVID pandemic, to leading educational and health outreach. I've also served as an intern for Delegate Harry Bandari during his first term, gaining first-hand experience with legislative process and constituent services. And I was very proud to assist in his campaign. It was my first time doing door-to-door knocking too. I got to talk to like hundreds, maybe 200s of people. I texted them personally. I called them. I did the voter outreach, and I also stayed outside and asked for a vote, like door-to-door knock and everything. Also, I've been honored to work closely with Democratic leaders like Congressman Johnny O, State Senator Carl Jackson, and community leaders like Nick Allen, while we were fundraising event on behalf of Dr. Shyam Karki. That was a charity event, and I was a host of it. This basically experiences reflect not only my commitment to the party, but also my ability to bring people together.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to the question section.
Great. Thank you for sharing all of that. Our first question is, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
Like I've just mentioned before, community service has been a part of my life since a very young age. I'm 24 years old right now. I've started it since I was 17, and I formally did it because like there's a lot of restrictions sometimes. I had to be like the age of 18 to be formally in a lot of programs. So as soon as I turned 18, I did a bunch of nonprofit, profit, a lot of organization, and I worked closely with a lot of people. Most of the time, a lot older than me, so I was always the young one to do it. Now I'm 24, so it's like even better. I want to be a part of this committee because that's where I think the challenge and also the meaningful change begins at the local level. And now this part, the whole Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee. I've spent like years, like it's been like 7, 8 years working with diverse communities who feel like disconnected from political processes. So I wanna, as a young individual, I would like to fill that gap, by bringing in new voices and increasing civic awareness. I believe, we can build a stronger, more inclusive democratic base in District 8 and across Baltimore County. And at the end, maybe through like all of Maryland and later globally all over the United States.
All right. What are your political activities that you participated in as a volunteer or candidate, and are you currently a member of a political club? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following, which it certainly sounds like already? Where and when did you do door knocking, canvassing, phone banking, voter registration, get out the vote activities, and helping voters get to the polls, or electioneering?
So recently, the first election I did, it was for Delegate Harry Bandari. So when he was elected, that was our first Nepali delegate from the United States. So it was like a very proud moment for Nepali community. And like I mentioned, 30,000 Nepali people being here, we needed a representative from the community so that a lot of voices are heard, like the language barrier and all that. So they know that their person is also there. So for his first term, I worked with Delegate Harry Bandari. We did door. It was 20. I want to say 2019 when he was first elected. And then he was also re-elected, and then we also worked in different programs with Delegate Nick Allen. Not only that, when former delegate Carl Jackson, but now a senator. We also helped him. He used to come to all the events that the Nepali community organized, and he also gave us a bunch of certifications for it. So we've also helped in his campaigning. By the way, we're doing on this June 25th for Carl Jackson, Senator Carl Jackson, we're holding a fundraising campaign at the restaurant like 10 minutes away from my house, and I'm hosting that event actually with Dr. Shyam Karki. That was when we did door-to-door knocking and voter participation and all of that. My right now my experience with the political activity would be like I interned for him, so where I supported policy research, constituent engagement, and like community outreach, not only in while I was in the office, but I also did it when I was at home too, reaching out to different individuals, not only Nepali community, but then other like Asian, like people from here, like everywhere. I also volunteered during his campaign, canvassing, phone banking, and helping get the vote for him. And then after he got in, we made sure his policy research, his goal that he had, we successfully did a lot of things for him. I've also been active member in organizing local elections. We just had the BANAs. It's called BANA, Baltimore Association of Nepalese Community in the United States in 2025 election. I'm not currently in a formal club, but I work closely with democratic leaders and align strongly with party's values. And then thankfully they were the team that won. So I would like I can say the campaign that we did worked out. The entire team, the president, the whole panel won, and now they serve as the BANAs, like the whole United States BANAs. That's the whole panel that who I work with right now informally.
Thank you.
Great. What skills, experience, or backgrounds do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party?
Thank you for the question. I think as a young individual, I have worked not only in the community, but I've also worked in college organizations. I bring a rare combination of grassroots organizing, nonprofit leadership, and direct political experience too, I'd like to say. Not only have I mobilized youth and immigrant voters, often overlooked in traditional campaigns, but I've also built working relationship with local elected officials in the Baltimore County, organized community fundraising events, and participated in door-to-door effort during elections. I also bring coalition building skills honed by working alongside both seasoned leaders like Delegate Harry Bandari and new voices like Satish Chapagai. Satish Chapagai is somebody I'm sure you will, I think you guys would know. He is a Baltimore committee member of District 7. So I also, the Sati Baltimore that I mentioned, we started it together. So he is also one of my partners in the nonprofit organization, and he is also a committee member of District 7. These connections position me to help the committee deepening like its research and growing engagement in the South Asian community and overall the best to my ability. And I'm still learning.
Thank you.
What are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election to the State Central Committee? And do you plan to run with us as a slate?
Very good question. Thank you. I would like to say this is new to me. At the same time, I've entered the Delegate Harry Bandari office, and now that I'm almost done with my college, it is, I think, the best time for me to be involved. And right after Bana's election, after it was like a successful election too, everybody won, and now we're actually working to make changes. Like earlier this week, it was our dream to connect all the grandparents in the community, and then we were able to do that just like a couple days ago. So about the plan for 2026, I want to bring all these people from different communities together. Everybody has ideas, like how we can, because like right now the committee is not only a committee for one community, so I would like to bring diversity. I plan, and then for specific to your question, I plan to remain committed to community service. So that's my goal, whether that includes re-election or supporting other local Democratic candidates. I'd be open to actually running with a district slate if it aligns with inclusive and progressive values. But honestly, I'm just here to collaborate and strengthen the entire team in any way I possibly can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend 2 statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June and December in various parts of the state. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings, as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, first of all. Yeah, I'm fully able to commit to you said third Tuesday every month, and also statewide meetings in June and December. From what I know, and then even if I do, as long as I know a bit ahead of time, if there's any events, in case of events, I'll always be free for this third of every Tuesday. But then if there's other events also, I have no conflicts of interest or scheduling barriers that would like really prevent my full participation. Even in case of another event, if you tell me a little ahead of time, I would love to organize it, and then I love to be a part of it. Also, I host a podcast. I have a podcast channel. We influence businesses, nonprofit. So I do all of that, and I host like concerts and events and all that in the poly community and also in college. So I would love to do that. Not only be a part of it. If you'd want me to, I would love to facilitate it, bring different ideas, anything, whatever our community and all of you, our committee member needs.
Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the last decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you willing to set up, staff, or break down these kinds of community events?
Thank you for the question, first of all. And yes, I've actually helped organize major community events. To date back, the summer of 2024, we did an event. Dr. Shyam Karki was a big part of it, and he was the biggest donor as well. So it was a week-long fundraising drive at Hindu Buddha Mandir, and we were able to raise over $1 million. I volunteered. I was a youth lead volunteer for it. So I was leading all the volunteers that were there as a part. So I reached out to all of them and then I texted them. I did a bunch of meetings with them. And then at the end, we were able to put all of that together. And then we were able to successfully complete and run that week-long fundraising event. As a result, we got the result we wanted, and then it goes back to the community. I volunteered at cultural events and temple festivals, local gatherings, and also my dad has a restaurant. So every summer, basically, every summer we do in the temple, we provide food to people and then we do donations and stuff like that. And I've been a part of it. Parade, I've actually haven't gotten a chance to do a parade, but in college, we've done the Red Cross Society, like the blood donation program, the environment sanitation program a couple of years ago, and I'm still a part of all these clubs as of now. And I love to, like I mentioned in my previous answer, I love to organize events. I'm a part of an event company actually right now. It's called NAMBLO Events. It's in Baltimore. It's a photography. So if any of you have any events like photography session, podcast, any advertisement things, feel free to let me know. And yeah, I'm more than willing to help set up stuff and break down events for our community and for our team moving forward.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Margaret, you're muted.
Am I muted?
There's something going on with mine. All right, sorry. What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party? And do you believe there's room for equivocations from those principles?
Thank you for the question. I'd like to keep this very short. To me, core democratic principles include equity, like inclusion, access to opportunity, not for one community, for everybody. Like everybody has to be equal, but not in a sense that, oh, like, I've heard this somewhere, oh, men and women can't be equal, but like, I mean, physiologically we can't be, but then the opportunity, like you can't tell a woman, I mean, in this generation, yeah, you can, but then you can't be like, oh, one person is 100 pounds and the other person is 200 pounds. You can't tell them to be like, oh, can you bench this much? Can you like put on a weight that's like heavier than you? So that's equal, but that's not equal opportunities, if you know what I mean. So for that, I like to advocate for it. Environmental protection and also defending democracy. As a Democrat, yeah, that's I think is very important. That's the primary principle, I believe. While we must engage in dialogue and respect diverse perspectives, I think the values, these core values should remain non-negotiable. The party must be both a moral compass and a force of action. We can't just talk about it, we have to put it in action. And that I'm a big advocate for that. And I'm like, we have to, even with my dad's restaurant, even with the Bana's election, they were like, we should do this and this and that. And I was like, you know what? We're gonna do this and we're gonna tell them we gotta do that. We schedule it and we get on it and we force it for action.
Thank you.
As we move into a gubernatorial election year, what do you see as the greatest challenge facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or in Baltimore County? And how would you address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
That's really a challenging thing, and thank you for the question. I think one challenge, I think, is a voter disengagement. There's a lot of individuals, they are a Democrat or like not, they belong to another party, but they're not very actively involved, especially from what I've seen within my age group. Like even a lot of my friends, especially in younger and also immigrant populations. I believe we need better grassroots outreach and multilingual, culturally relevant messaging. I would help address this by organizing events, doing test messaging. We're very much into phones and stuff like that, social medias and all that. So I like to leverage social media, TikTok and Instagram and all of that, any information that we can put out there, we just need to make sure it reaches to right people, and everybody, at least they know what we're trying to give them and what information that we're laying out for them. And also collaborating with community leaders to reach underrepresented groups in District 8. So everybody's there.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Thanks.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important and increasing in our district and county. Describe specific activities you participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside the ethnic group or racial group you identify with.
Thank you for the question. As a Nepali American, I've actively engaged with other communities, including working with South Asian, Vietnamese, African American, Filipino, and other student organizations at Towson University. Also through my podcast, which we do every other week, and nonprofit work, I've highlighted, you guys, please free to check it out too. I've highlighted diverse voices and partnered with organizations serving different racial and ethnic groups. I'd like to give you a small example. So in Nepal, so there's not only racial differences, but then there's also a caste system. So there's like upper caste, lower caste. So I am a part of all of those society. We try, and then we try to put and get like all of them together in a single group, and then we have established a club for that as well. So my biggest thing is I can get a lot of people together, and I could tell them what this is about, and then I could advocate, and I could make them understand what we're doing, and then just have them be a part of whatever we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've touched on this question a little bit, but I hope you can elaborate. Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones? And were you an officer? If so, what kinds of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for a nonprofit, and what was your role?
Thank you for the question. Like you mentioned, I have talked about it a little, but then I'll go a bit detail into that. So let me start by saying, yeah, I've been deeply involved with BANA. I'm also a student ambassador for NRN all over the United States. It's non-resident Nepalese American Society of USA. I'm a student ambassador, and I'm a founder of a nonprofit, Sati Baltimore. I'm a founder, and then any role. So with founder, we try to meet, like, well, in the past we used to not meet as often, but now we're trying to meet often, so that we could do more programs one after another, and then we've been actually doing it. In 2024, I helped organize a fundraising event that raised over $1 million for our temple. I've also coordinated voter engagement events and educational workshops that promote civic awareness in the college. I've been a president for badminton club. And also, I've also been a safety officer for badminton club, because I do hold a certification for first aid, and then also CPR. Politically, I've held Delegate Harry Bandari's campaign, and also co-hosted a high impact fundraiser for Dr. Shyam Karki, attended by, like I mentioned, Congressman Johnny O, Senator Carl Daction, and Nick Allen, and other delegates as well. I've also been a part of South Asian community that's called SASA in Towson University, NSA, Pre-Med Club. I've been for the Pre-Med Club, we didn't have like a specific role, but we were just like board of executive members. So I've been in the executive team. And then also I play badminton in state level. I do dance. I was in a Bollywood dance team for like all of my college year. So all of that, I like to. This experiences have basically strengthened my fundraising, planning, and outreach. So I like to use that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to the scenarios now. So for the first scenario, are you a
Mhm.
person who handles hostility well? For example, you're engaging the public while working at the party booth at a fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not
Mm.
only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave and, through his actions and tone, begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
Thank you for the question. So for that huh, I would remain calm. I would remain calm, professional, and try to de-escalate the situation. First of all, by acknowledging the visitor's concerns. Firstly, without trying not to without engaging in conflict. I'm a very non-violent person, so kindness is the way to go. I like to administer that in my everything that I do. I'd kindly ask them to step aside to keep the space welcoming, and if necessary, contact even security. My goal would be to protect the integrity and openness of the booth for all the visitors, because visitors, you have to protect them. So that'd be my thing. Thank you.
How important is character to you? If you discover that an elected official or someone seeking an elected office with whom you're closely acquainted with was about to violate the law through their action or
Mm.
already violated an election or law, what, if any, steps would you take to address the matter?
Thank you so much for the question. Character is extremely important to me. I've lived in a joint family. I've said this over and over again. I'm very much of a family person, and I've grown to believe that even if you don't have money, if you don't have anything, character is something that you should have, and then that you should never lose, no matter what. If, if I discovered unethical or illegal behavior, I would address it privately first. Giving the person one chance, first of all, like one chance to correct their actions. But then if the issue persisted, or it was, let's say, a serious offense, like illegal way, I would completely I would escalate it to the appropriate authority, because I believe that's what my dad has also taught me my whole life. Integrity must come before loyalty.
Hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, that concludes the question and answer portion of the interview, which leads us to the final section, which is your 2-minute closing statement. So you can begin that whenever you're prepared.
It's the end. Oh, thank you so much. First of all, thank you, all of you, all uh, all of you that's here. Thank you for your time, and thank you for considering my candidacy and offering me an interview. I am very proud of the work that I've done to serve our communities through advocacy, outreach, and organizing. And I'm very excited for the chance to bring that energy to the Democratic Central Committee. As a South Asian immigrant and a community leader, I represent a rapidly growing demographic in District 8, one that is really, really passionate, civically curious. I'm trying to learn more and more every day, and eager to be engaged with all the ideas and all the plans that I have for the future, for the family, for the community, for the Baltimore Committee, Maryland, and for maybe whole United States, and maybe one day. I've built relationship with trusted Democratic leaders like congressmen, senators, delegates, and committee members. And I've seen firsthand what it takes to bring people together across race, caste, and generation. And not only that, also caste system. So I've worked closely within that group. So in conclusion, I'd like to say, whether through community events, youth organizing, or policy advocacy, I'm ready to build an inclusive, vibrant, democrat democratic movement that listens. You need the participation, also you need the listener. So I like to do a movement that listens, reflects, and not only that, but act. I hope to earn your trust and contribute meaningfully to the future of Baltimore County's Democratic Party. And I would do anything and everything in my power to make sure it's all good and all the people are satisfied and their needs are met. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. We were happy to have you interview with us. The group is going to interview their last candidate now. We will ask you to come back when they're at a point where they're going to review the recommendation that they have and vote publicly. So with that being said, you will get a call from us to return after we complete the last candidate. So thank you so much for
Thank you
your
so very much.
participation.
Thank you so very much. I look forward to the call. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me leave. Thank you. Let me leave right away.
So we now have our last candidate, Miss Maureen Wambui. So I'm going to go ahead and admit her. Good evening, Miss Wambui. How are you?
I'm sorry, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm Dr. Charlotte Wood. I'm the chair of the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee, and we welcome you to the interview process. You are indeed our last candidate, and so with that being said, we will be completing this component. Once you complete, the group will step away, they'll deliberate, they'll come back with their recommendation. They will vote publicly. We'll be contacting all of you. And so we want everyone to hear what their recommendation will be. So with that being said, we're going to try and stick to the 2 minutes. Maybe we'll get a little gift of time back. And I'm going to turn this portion of the interview process over to Shannon Sheets.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shannon Sheets. I'm a member of the Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee for the 8th District. And I'm going to help facilitate things tonight. Maureen, it's very good to see you. In full disclosure, Maureen and I had the opportunity to meet this past Tuesday at the banner event. And thank you for applying. We really appreciate your application and your desire to serve with us. I'll allow my Central Committee members from the district to introduce themselves as well.
Thank you, Shannon.
Hi, I'm Margaret Forte. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Good evening. I'm Deli Okafor. I'm appointed member of the District 8 Central Committee.
Hi, Deli.
I'm Brad Croner. It's nice to meet you tonight, and thank you for applying.
Nice to meet you, Brad.
Chuck Cropfelder, elected member in District 18.
Nice to meet you, Chuck.
So just to go over how the process will work tonight, you'll begin with a 2-minute opening statement where you can introduce yourself to us. Then we'll go to the question and answer portion, which is a total of 12 questions that'll be asked in a circuit by our panel. And you'll have 2 minutes to respond to each of those questions as well. And then finally, it'll be completed with a 2-minute closing statement that you can say whatever else you'd like to say to us at the end there too. Just to help keep us on time for the rest of the evening, my little signals for timing is that about 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'll put one hand up. And then when we hit 2 minutes, I'll put the second hand up. And that's your signal to try to wrap things up to keep it within the time limit. But having said that, we are all prepared to go. So you're welcome to begin your 2-minute opening statement whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Shannon. Good evening. My name is Maureen Wamboi, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm a first generation Kenyan American, a Baltimore County resident, and a lifelong believer in democratic values, equity, access, justice, and community. I've spent nearly a decade in the financial sector, also serving on the Maryland Commission on African Affairs and working closely with immigrants, women, and minority communities across our state and county, from advocating for language access and financial equity to supporting families facing immigration related raids or housing instability. My work has always been rooted in service and systems change. I believe the Democratic Party is strongest when it includes and uplifts every voice, especially those often left out. I'm here because I want to continue doing the work and help build a more inclusive, representative, and energized party right here in Baltimore County. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just hop into the questions for tonight. So first question, why do you want to be on the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee?
Okay. I'd like to join the Baltimore County Democratic Central Committee because the Democratic Party's mission, which is to advance equity, opportunity, and justice, has always aligned with the work I do every day in my community. My advocacy has focused on uplifting marginalized voices, increasing access to resources, and empowering underserved communities, especially women, youth, and new voters. The Democratic Party is strongest when it reflects and serves all people. That's why I'm committed to expanding community outreach, increasing visibility, and deepening voter engagement, particularly at the grassroots level. Where trust and participation begin, I see this role to support and mobilize new voters, especially in areas where civic engagement is low, but the desire for change is high. I also want to serve as a bridge connecting the lived experiences of everyday residents, the political process, and ensuring our leadership reflects the diversity and concerns of the communities we represent. This opportunity would allow for community work in a more streamlined and strategic capacity, amplifying impact and contributing meaningfully to the party's long-term vision of inclusive, people-centered progress.
Okay, what political activities have you participated in as a volunteer or candidate and are currently a member of a political club? Specifically, have you ever done any of the following? Where and when did you do door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, voter registration, get out the vote activities, and helping voters get to the polls or electioneering?
Thanks, Margaret, for the question. And yes, I've been an active volunteer in democratic political activities across the county, across the state, particularly focused on grassroots organizing and voter engagement. I volunteered during multiple election cycles, helping to mobilize voters both in Baltimore County, as I mentioned, and Maryland, and across state lines. One of the most impactful experiences was participating in a coordinated campaign effort in Pennsylvania this last election, where I canvassed door to door in a deep red and purple area. This eye-opening experience reinforced the importance of engaging all voters with respect, empathy, and clear democratic messaging. Additionally, I've served as a trained voter registration facilitator, helping to register new voters at town halls, community events, and cultural festivals, particularly within immigrant and minority communities. My Get Out the Vote efforts have included phone banking and organizing weekly virtual meetings to engage and mobilize our communities throughout election season. Locally, here in Baltimore County, I've participated in sign making, sign waving, and have taken part in testimonies before the Baltimore County Council, including speaking up during the Baltimore County redistricting process that is ongoing, and the budget reading processes to ensure fair representation across all communities. I'm also a board member of the Baltimore County Democratic Women's Club, and I regularly engage with democratic spaces and organizations that center community and equity, and I'm eager to deepen my involvement through a more structured and strategic role. Thank you.
Thank you.
What skills, experience, or background do you think you can bring to the Baltimore County Democratic Party?
Thanks, Brad, for the question. Okay, so I bring a lived experience and community-rooted perspective that is often underrepresented in, I would say, regular or traditional political spaces. As a first-generation Kenyan American and a Black woman, and a longtime advocate for immigrants and working-class communities in Baltimore County, I understand the barriers many residents face when trying to engage in the political process. And I know, and I believe I know how to bridge that gap. What I bring to the party is not just diversity of identity, but diversity of strategy. I am skilled in cultural competent outreach, grassroots mobilization, and building trust within communities that are often overlooked in traditional campaigns. I have experience translating values into action, from organizing voter registration drives to advocating on critical issues like the current redistricting process. Beyond in-person engagement, I bring expertise in targeted and structured digital communication to amplify the party's message and drive new voters towards active participation. I believe this combination of community insight, strategic outreach, and digital survey can help the party grow not just in numbers, but in trust, connection, and sustained community presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
What are your plans for 2026? Do you plan to run for re-election to the Democratic State Central Committee? And do you plan to run with us as a slate?
Thank you, Chuck, for the question. So 2026, I would say my focus right now is on serving effectively, learning from those who have come before me, of course, and contributing meaningfully to the goals of the Democratic Central Committee. Looking ahead to 2026, I am certainly open to running for re-election if I feel that I've made a positive impact and if the community believes that I've served them well. Because as always, it's all about community. I believe in the power of teamwork and coalition building, so I would absolutely consider running with a District 8 team, especially if our values and vision align. At the end of the day, my goal is to strengthen the Democratic Party and expand access and representation and ensure that our work reflects the needs and voices of our residents. Whether as a candidate or a collaborator, I'm committed to being of service to the party and the community beyond 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hold our meetings on the third Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. and are required to attend 2 statewide meetings each year that are typically held in June and December in various parts of the state. Are there time commitments or conflicts of interest that would prevent you from attending these meetings, as well as otherwise fully participating as a member of the committee?
Thanks, Shannon. So I believe I don't have any thing that would hinder me from attending the meetings. The only thing I would say is maybe if it's an emergency, a family emergency, then yes, I would have, of course, to report ahead of time or let somebody know. But other than that, I will block my calendar and attend the meetings.
Great. Next question. Have you ever volunteered as a worker at a fair, festival, or convention booth, or participated in a parade in the past decade? If so, which, where, and when? Are you willing to set up, staff, or break down these kinds of community events?
Thanks, Dali. I would say yes. I have volunteered at numerous community events over the past decade, which includes cultural festivals, non-for-profit outreach booths, public awareness campaigns. For example, I've helped organize and staff tables at numerous African heritage festivals, voter registration drives, and local resource fairs. Often, of course, in partnership with advocacy organizations and local government. I've taken part in public rallies and community marches focused on advocacy and awareness, including immigrant rights, events, and local issue-based mobilization. And yes, I am willing to help set up, staff, and break down these kinds of community events. I understand the importance of visibility and relationship building at these gatherings, and I believe showing up, especially in person, is one of the most effective ways to engage voters, build trust, and represent the Democratic Party's commitment to the community at large. Thank you.
What do you believe are the primary principles of the Democratic Party? And do you believe that there's room for equivocation from those principles?
Thank you, Margaret. I would say the primary principles of the party are rooted in equity, justice, opportunity, and inclusion. These values, they translate into policies that protect civil rights, that expand access to quality education and healthcare, that support working families, and of course, defend reproductive freedom, promote economic mobility, and uphold the dignity of all people, regardless of whatever race you are, gender, income, or immigration status. So they are lived realities I've spent years working toward in my advocacy and professional life. Whether I'm helping an immigrant family navigate housing instability or supporting women entrepreneurs with financial coaching, because I'm a financial coach, I see firsthand how democratic values create pathways to dignity and self-determination. That being said, I do believe there is room for dialogue within the party, especially as we grow to reflect an increasingly diverse electorate, but I don't believe we should equivocate on our core principles. We can be inclusive of different perspectives without compromising on fundamental rights and protection that define us. In fact, I would say the strength of the party lies in our ability to hold firm to justice while creating space for new voices, ideas, and lived experiences. So while strategy and tone may evolve, the heart of our values, equity, freedom, and inclusion must remain non-negotiable at all times.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
So, as we move into a gubernatorial election year, what do you see as the greatest challenges facing the Democratic Party in Maryland or Baltimore County? And how would you address those challenges as a member of the Central Committee?
Thanks, Brad, for the question. So I would say one of the greatest challenges facing the party in Maryland and also in Baltimore County is ensuring we move beyond voter registration, because I know a lot of people are focused on voter registration, but moving beyond that to meaningful voter engagement and consistent mobilization, that is key. While we may have numbers on paper, which we do, we continue to face inconsistent turnout. every election, and the lack of strong messaging and that connects local issues to everyday lives. Many residents care deeply about issues like housing, education, equity, but they don't always feel like the party is speaking directly to them or reflecting their lived experiences. And I can speak to that. As a member of the Central Committee, I would focus on value-driven and improved messaging and communication. That is huge. That is locally relevant and culturally competent. And then the other one I would say is strengthening our branding, so that the voters know that what we stand for at every level of the ballot, not just during presidential election years. The other one I would focus on is mobilizing at the local level all year round, not just during campaign season, to build lasting relationships and rebuild trust with every community in the county. Educating voters on full ballot participation, like they need to vote from top to bottom, be it for the judges on the ballot, be it for the school board members. We need to educate voters on how to vote in that way. And then the biggest focus will be to cement relationship with voters, especially the young people and maybe I would say the underrepresented groups who may not feel included in the process. I believe the party must lead with clarity, consistency, and presence. And I'm committed to doing that work on both on the ground and through strategic communication efforts that reflect who we are and where we are going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Racial and ethnic diversity is important in our district and county. Describe specific activities you have participated in to increase racial or ethnic knowledge or sensitivity outside of the ethnic group or racial group which you identify.
Thank you, Chap, for the question. I'm going to mention a few because I've been quite involved in the community. So racial and ethnic diversity is not just a reality in Baltimore County. It's one of our greatest strengths. I believe it's our responsibility as leaders and advocates to actively engage across lines of differences and build coalitions that reflect the full richness of our communities. I've been intentional about participating and organizing initiatives that increase racial and ethnic understanding beyond my own background as a Kenyan American and Black woman. For example, I've taken part in Jews United for Justice workshops, which deepen my understanding of Jewish history, allyship, and especially how they lean more on their fight for fair elections. I love that about them. These experiences expanded my awareness and helped me approach advocacy with greater cultural sensitivity. I've also helped organize community town halls that bring together diverse voices from Latino, Asian, and African diasporic communities to talk about shared concerns like housing, education, and public policy. These events have created space for learning, collaboration, and building trust across cultures. I've also participated and testified in support of language access programs in Baltimore, advocating for the passage of the bill that ensures all residents, regardless of their primary language, can access vital government services. That experience reinforced how language equity is central to racial justice. And then finally, I would say I'm highly engaged in the Baltimore County, as mentioned before, the Baltimore County redistricting advocacy, pushing for fairness and representation for all communities, not just those with political power or majority demographics. These efforts have been about more than showing up. They've been about listening, about learning, and standing in solidarity with the different communities that we serve, whose struggle may differ from mine, but whose dignity and inclusion matter just as much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you ever been active in any community groups or political clubs? And if so, which ones? And were you an officer? If so, what, if any, kinds of fundraising activities have you participated in as a volunteer for nonprofit? And what was your role?
Thank you, Shannon. I would say yes, I've been active in several community groups and political organizations. I currently serve on the board of the Baltimore County Democratic Women's Club, where we focus on advancing women's leadership, civic education, and voter engagement across the county. I'm also actively involved with the CASA Justice Table, where I helped advocate for underrepresented communities during the just ended Maryland legislative session by supporting progressive legislation, giving testimonies, and also helping mobilize constituents around key policy issues. I've also volunteered and I continue to volunteer with local Baltimore County grassroots groups, participating in peaceful sign waves, marches, local advocacy actions as needed. I often regularly attend local town halls and community meetings, including budget hearings, and I also do testify, redistricting forums, and public listening sessions like those hosted by the Baltimore Banner, like the one we just met in, Shannon. These experiences help me stay grounded in the community's priorities and ensure that advocacy is rooted in real issues that people are facing. As of fundraising, I've supported efforts in a volunteer capacity, helping with event coordination, turnout, donor engagement at local community events, also helping with event turnout and logistics. Currently, I'm volunteering on a political campaign kitchen cabinet, where I'm actively assisting the candidate with fundraising strategy and resource mobilization. I understand the importance of building sustainable support, and I'm committed to helping strengthen the financial foundation of the causes and candidates I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the scenario part of the evening. So, scenario one, are you a person who handles hostility well? For example, you are engaging the public while working at the party booth at the fair. Suddenly, you find yourself confronted with an extremely hostile visitor who not only states he will not vote for your candidate, but also refuses to leave, and through his actions and tone, begins to prevent other members of the public from approaching your booth. How would you handle this situation?
Thank you, Daly, for the question. I would say I'm a very patient person. I'm a very calm person, my personality. So yes, I handle hostility with calm and professionalism. In that situation, I would remain composed, avoid escalating the confrontation, and respectfully thank the person for sharing their views. And then I'd kindly ask them to step aside so others can engage. And if they continue, if they are persistent on disrupting the space, I will notify event organizers or security to ensure that both remains a safe and welcoming environment for anybody else who wants to visit. My priority would be to protect the integrity of this space and while upholding the values of respect and inclusion. I always remember that I represent the party and everything I do should reflect that. Thank you.
How important is character to you? If you discovered that an elected official or someone seeking elected office with whom you are closely acquainted was about to violate the law through their actions or already violated an election or law, what, if any, steps would you take to address this matter?
Thanks, Margaret, for the question. So character is extremely important to me, being taught that by my mom since I was a kid. So it's important to me, both in public service and in personal integrity. Elected officials must be held to a high ethical standard at all times because they represent not just policy, but public trust. If I became aware that someone I was closely acquainted with had violated or was about to violate an election or other law, of course, I would act. First, I would address the matter directly and privately, urging them to do the right thing, correct the behavior, and take responsibility. If the issue posed serious legal or ethical concerns and they failed to act appropriately, I would not hesitate to report the matter to the proper authorities or the party leadership. So I believe our democracy depends on accountability at all times. And as someone who values transparency, justice, I believe we must lead with integrity in any capacity. And even when it's uncomfortable or close to home, we have to lead with integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that wraps up the question and answer portion of the interview, which leaves us down to the last portion, which is your closing statement. So you'll have 2 minutes to tell us anything else you'd like to tell us for the remainder of the interview, and then we'll wrap up. So you're free to begin your statement now.
Thanks, Shannon. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I believe I bring a lived experience that reflects the voters of many families in our community in Baltimore County, voices that are often unheard, but deeply invested in the future of this country and our democratic value. I'm a work in progress, of course. It's a learning experience every day, all the time. And that's why I'm highly invested in the National Democratic Training Committee. So I regularly attend the sessions to be able to learn how I can better engage with voters through those trainings. And my work isn't about just politics as usual. It's about lifting our neighbors, empowering the communities that we serve, and ensuring that our democratic values are reflected not only in our policy, but in our leadership. I believe deeply in a democratic party that looks like its people, listens to its people, and serves its people. And that starts with representation at every table. I'm ready to do the work from voter engagement and candidate support to grassroots coalition building so that Baltimore County remains not just democratic, but inclusive, just, and future focused. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the hard work you're doing. I know it's been a long day, but I really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate the interview, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wambui. And I just want to say it is nice to have you participate as a candidate. The group, the panel will go into a private discussion. They'll go into breakout rooms. And when they come out, they will go through a process of public voting and identification of the selected candidate. I believe I'll start them out with 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, and see what if they will need any additional time. So what I would ask you to do is report back about 9:15, 9:20. And and then hopefully we'll be able to get a response, and I'll also notify the other candidates so everyone can be on at the same time. So thank you for your interview.
Thank you.
All right.
Nice meeting everybody. Thank you.
panelists. I'm going to put you into a breakout room. Hopefully this will work this time without any issues. We've had our little bumps in the road for the breakout room. So I've put 15 minutes for you all.
At least.
Okay. To those of you who are listening via live stream, our panelists have 15 minutes to deliberate and select a candidate, followed by a proposal and a public vote. So if you will bear with us, we will return at about approximately 9:20 to disclose their selection. Aline, I've given the group 15 minutes to make their decision. You can stay on and stay connected. until they return, or you can just come back at 9:20. Whichever way you deem comfortable, that's fine. But they just stepped away, gave them 15 minutes. So I was telling everybody 9:20 is a good time to return.
Okay. All right, I'll just come
Okay,
back. Yeah, thanks.
that'll be fine. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Miss Pearson Wyatt and Miss Shaw. Hopefully the panelists will return
Sounds good.
at about 9:20, 9:30. So 9:20.
Okay.
If you want, you can just wait on here until they return.
Sounds good.
But you know, if you want to go off and come back, you can do that as well. It may be just as easy just to stay connected.
I'm just gonna turn my video and the audio off, but I'll just be here. Thank you.
That'll be fine. That's perfectly fine. Miss Wambui, the panelists will come back at about 9:20, 9:30. So if you want to stay on and just wait till they come back, you can.
Okay. Yes, I can. It's okay. Thank you.
That way it makes it just a little bit easier instead of you going back and forth.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Brown, the panelists are not back as yet. They should be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, but they haven't been gone that long.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Caitlin, the panelists have not been gone very long. They should be back shortly. But if you just want to stay on and mute yourself or take your camera down, that's fine. Everybody, I think everybody else is pretty much here. They're just gonna wait until they hear them come back. Excuse me.
Okay.
Thank you. Eileen, they're not back just yet.
Okay.
Were you all able to finish, Shannon?
Oh, you're on mute, Shannon.
Yes. Sorry, I guess I was muted when I went in. We were able to finish. We're prepared to vote.
Okay, hold on for one moment.
Yeah, we got to bring everybody back in.
Everybody is back in.
Oh, okay.
All of our candidates are here.
Okay.
To begin this component of our process, I would like to say to all of our candidates, you were all excellent. I appreciate the participation of every candidate. Thank you all for applying. Please stay on the line as the proposal is finished. Depending on what we need to hear from the panelists, we'll just ask everyone to stay for the moment, and then we'll dismiss all of you at the same time. So, with that being said, you are all excellent. I am certainly happy that my panelists had to ultimately make this decision because there was a lot of very stiff competition, and there certainly was an absolute opportunity for all of you to present with a very, very high level of information. And I think any and all of you could be active participants. And we will invite you to do so when this is all over, said and done. With that being said, I'm going to say to the panelists, do you have all of the names in front of you for this endeavor? And I will call off all 6 names, and you just need to acknowledge that you have a copy of those names in front of you. Miss Brown, everyone have a copy of that name in front of them.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Miss Finn,
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Clem Kellner,
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Pearson Wyatt,
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Shaw,
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Wambui.
Yes.
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 Okay. I have called all of the names on the slate, and as such, we do have quite a few names here. I would like to ask, we'll start with going down the slate just as I just did. This time, each of you have to vote publicly for each name. I'll call each name. Ms. Brown, yes or no as the selected candidate?
No.
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 No, I apologize, Charlotte. Doesn't it make more sense to do a roll call and have us give the name of the candidate that we're selecting?
You know, that may be more appropriate. I would, either way, I think we accomplish the same outcome, but it doesn't involve calling every single name if I do it, but in that manner. But that means that I need a pencil and a piece of paper, which I did not have. I may or may not. I don't know what you've decided, so I can't tell until you start. That's why I did the roll call the opposite way, because I have those names in front of me. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I have my pen here. What I am going to do is do a roll call. You all can tell me what name you selected. How about that?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with Shannon, that Shannon was the person who led the group, the panel. Shannon?
I vote for Eileen Finn.
Okay, so Finn, okay. Forte.
Eileen Flynn.
Finn?
Finn.
Okay. I think Brad, you're next.
I vote for Eileen Finn.
Okay, Finn. Kropfelder.
Eileen Finn.
Okay. So we have 4 Finns, and Okafor.
Eileen Finn.
So we have a unanimous selection for Eileen Finn. Okay. With that being said, I would like for Shannon, you need to present your proposal.
I move that we offer the position of appointed member of the 8th District Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee to Associate Member Eileen Finn.
Okay.
I second it. If it
It's
needs
been
a second.
properly moved in second.
I third it.
So that means she's voting for the acceptance of the motion. Okay. Margaret, Chuck, and Brad.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a unanimous proposal to move forward Miss Eileen Finn. Is there anything else you all want to share with me as the chair?
Yes. We also discussed and would like to make the motion to offer the position of associate member of the Democratic State Central Committee for the 8th Legislative District to Caitlin Klim-Kellner.
And I will second that.
So it is.
Recognize that probably has to be voted on by the full body tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Confirmed by the full body, but that was.
Yeah, both positions have to be, but we're in the middle of a motion, so let's finish the motion. Okay. I'm sorry. Did we get a second on that?
Yes, Chuck seconded it.
All right. All those others from District 8? Brad?
Aye.
Margaret?
Yes.
Deli?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a unanimous recommendation for Caitlin Clem Kellner to be an associate member for Legislative District 8. I would like to say thank you to this very illustrious team. Illustrious team. Getting tongue-tied, it's so late. Because you all did an awesome job. You had a lot of great candidates. And what I would like to do as the chair in this moment is offer to those individuals who did not get chosen as the Central Committee member or the associate member to be a volunteer to assist the Central Committee. We do not want to lose connection with you. We do not want to lose some of those wonderful concepts, skills, and or abilities that you have. I implore you to please connect with us. Let us bring you on board and as a volunteer, and you can assist us as we fight the good fight moving into midterm for the elections that will occur over the next upcoming year. So with that being said, I would like to invite you to please assist if you are so inclined to do so as a volunteer to assist us and help us in any way that you can. And if you would like for us to add you on our volunteer list and send information out to you, we would do that as well. So for Ms. Brown, Ms. Shaw, Ms. Pearson Wyatt, and Ms. Wambui, I would like to offer you that opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. You all were all fantastic. Chuck.
Yes, I do want to state that for the younger applicants, that we do have a very strong Young Dems group in Baltimore County for 36 and under. And I know they would greatly appreciate your participation. That's all.
Yes, please join us. We could use your energy.
Thank you. I'll definitely look into that.
With that being said, are there any other concerns, issues, proposals, recommendations? And I know you all agreed to do the interview process, but I would like to hear from both Eileen and Caitlin, which is unusual for me to do this, but I do want to hear that you are willing to accept this position and move forward with it, because we will be having a meeting tomorrow evening for the affirmation and swearing in Towson. So Eileen, I'll let you have the floor first.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yes, I do accept, and I will be there tomorrow to be sworn in. And thank you so much, everyone. I look forward to working with everyone in District 8 and on the Central Committee.
Thank you.
And thank you all so much. I will be there tomorrow night, and I do accept the nomination for associate member. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clem Kellner. And thank you all, because I think that we could use every single solitary one of you. Our party building committee would love additional volunteers, as we do plenty of door knocking, canvassing, and many other things. And so please feel free to connect with us. We are happy to include you in our communication. Right, Ms. Okafor?
That is correct.
All right. With that being said, I'd like to wish all of you a great evening. Thank you so much for your participation. I know you all are tired, and I really appreciate every single moment that you have put into this evening. So thank you. Have a
Thank
good night,
you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Have a good night.